The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 8, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Richie Torres to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Receive, O Lord, our best intentions for this day. Receive them, redeem them, and be present in them, that in whatever we do, your will would be done. Should we miss the mark, transform our efforts that they would achieve the best outcomes for the people you've called us to serve. And when we are successful in meeting the expectations we have set for ourselves, set our sights even higher, that we would strive to meet the potential you have called us to discover. Then may our work be fruitful and of benefit to your creation. In all that we set forth to do, may we heed your direction and do what you desire for us without grumbling or questioning. But with joy and enthusiasm, may we choose to follow your will for us. Whatever we do this day, what we eat or drink, what we say or think, where we go and where we are, may we reflect our love for you. We offer ourselves to you, praying in your most merciful name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to celebrate the passage of the Veteran Service Recognition Act. Shockingly, many non-citizen veterans have been unjustly deported and after honorable service. This is wrong. It is cruel, and it must stop. Veterans risked their lives to protect our nation, and now it is up to us to honor their service, regardless of their immigration status. The historic passage of the Veteran Service Recognition Act honors non-citizen veterans and service members by giving them a fair shot at a pathway to citizenship. It puts veterans over politics. It honors service over politics. It's fair, and it's the American way. That's why I was so proud to strongly support this bill that passed on Tuesday. It's now up to the Senate to show non-citizen veterans and service members the respect and dignity they deserve by passing the Veteran Service Recognition Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, given no chance in the preseason polls to making it to the Big 12 championship game, the TCU Horned Frogs have come a long way and are officially headed to the college football playoff game. I'm tremendously proud of the team for an incredible season, with 12 consecutive wins, ranking 3rd in the nation, and making history with being the first team in the state of Texas to make it to the college football playoff. Needless to say, this has been a historic year for TCU, and it could not have been made possible without our first-year coach and Coach of the Year, Sonny Dykes, our quarterback, Max Duggan, and all the players and staff who worked tirelessly on the sidelines and on the field to make the team one of the best in the country. And most importantly, all the fans, the best in the nation, who showed up to every game decked out in TCU purple to cheer and support the Horned Frogs. As a proud alumnus and trustee of the university, I look forward to watching the Fighting TCU Horned Frogs take the field on December 31st at the Fiesta Bowl in Phoenix, Arizona, And as we say in Fort Worth, as Coach Dyke says, I can't wait to watch you play. So riff, ram, bazoo, go Frogs. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today, a day after we celebrated the life of A. Donald McEachin, to again on the House floor remember the life and the legacy of my friend, my mentor, and as he used to call me, his neighbor. When I was first running for Congress, Mr. McEachin, Donald, used to tell people, I need a new neighbor in Virginia. And I had the privilege of working closely with him, learning from him, and being his friend throughout our service together in Congress and our work across our shared communities. He was a good man who endeavored to make others feel heard throughout his career, whether he was in the courtroom, in the Virginia General Assembly, or here in Congress. For decades, he served his community each day with a passion for people, a sense of humor, and an abiding faith in God. He was a relentless advocate for those who needed a voice, our natural resources, and every Virginian. His passing leaves a hole in the hearts of so many. I will miss my friend, my brother, my mentor, and I stand here on the House floor to give my deepest condolences to his beloved wife, Colette, his wonderful, adored children, Mac, Brianna, and Alexandra, and his beloved grandbaby. He will be missed. We will continue to do right in his memory and in his honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Dr. Brian Troop of Ephrata Area School District in Pennsylvania's 11th Congressional District for being selected as the 2023 Pennsylvania Superintendent of the Year by the PA Association of School Administrators. With over 500 districts in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Dr. Troop's selection speaks to the excellency he brings to Ephrata Area School District. Dr. Troop was described as an exemplary, forward-thinking leader by PASA executive Dr. Sherry Smith. And I would certainly agree with those words. I've had the pleasure of visiting the school district as a member of Congress, and I was able to see firsthand the work that they are doing to prepare students in STEM technologies as fifth grade students were participating in a computer coding project. It was encouraging to see the district offer such an outstanding opportunity to their students. So I'd like to thank Dr. Troop for all of his work to provide an excellent education to students in the Ephrata Area School District, and I'd like to congratulate him on being named the 2023 Pennsylvania Superintendent of the Year.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Getting Congress to enact widespread campaign finance reform feels as likely as getting snow in Orange County this Christmas. However, it shouldn't take a once-in-a-century holiday miracle to get Washington to stop political fundraising scams. Con artists are exploiting loopholes in our election laws by fraudulently misrepresenting themselves as collecting donations meant for causes and candidates. These scam PACs actually use the money to line their own pockets. Worse, they target older Americans and veterans. As a consumer protection attorney, I will always work to hold fraudsters accountable. With a Republican colleague, I have introduced legislation to help the Federal Election Commission punish these bad actors. Americans of all political ideologies who participate in our democracy by donating shouldn't have to fear being cheated. I urge passage of my bipartisan bill to stop scam PACs. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. American families are ready for a joyous holiday season. Unfortunately, the Biden administration is the Grinch that stole Christmas, as its failed Green New Deal agenda is forcing folks to pay record high costs to heat their homes, fuel their cars, and feed their families. From diesel to fuel oil, energy prices have skyrocketed. households will pay an average of $1,359 on energy bills this winter, the highest in 25 years. Diesel prices are up 50%, and we shouldn't be surprised. President Biden likes to say, "I guarantee you we're going to end fossil fuels," and he's worked with the Pelosi majority to continue to push anti-energy policies. Just last week, the Biden White House doubled down, saying they're still committed to phasing out fossil fuels. Well, they should look at what's happening over in Europe. After the European Union struck a deal to ban new fossil fuel cars and speed up the switch to electric vehicles, Switzerland is now going to ban electric vehicles if it faces blackouts this winter. You can't make it up. It's time for this administration to end its war on American energy. If we're going to regain our energy independence, we need an all-of-the-above approach. I yield back.
Yes, the gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As students across this country are readying to take their finals and midterms, I want to recognize Albright University's work to innovate education in these United States. Albright's Total Experience Learning Dual Enrollment Program lets high school juniors and seniors enroll in college courses and allows them to complete an entire semester of coursework before they even begin college. As a former high school chemistry teacher and leader of a literacy nonprofit myself, I'm so proud and so impressed of this successful program. Next week, the president of Albright University will be at the United Nations, where Albright will be recognized by the Science Subcommittee of the United Nations as the innovative K-12 educator model for the United States International Year of Glass. Without a doubt, the students and staff of Albright's Total Experience Learning are force multipliers, and it's my honor to represent and support all of the forward-thinking constituents, businesses, and academic institutions like Albright within our 6th Congressional District. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country is blessed with an abundant natural resource that is the envy of the world. The governance of those resources is the responsibility of all of us to make our outdoor spaces manageable and accessible for enjoyment for all. I'm pleased to highlight the Hells Canyon Recreation Collaborative in my home state of Idaho. This collaborative was formed in December of 2016 after a fee for boaters was proposed on the Snake River through the Hells Canyon. Rafters, jet boaters, aviators, motorized recreation users, and others came together for its formation. As a 501c3, they identified and raised separate resources to access so that access could be maintained without a user fee increase. And additionally, the collaborative was able to build boat rigs, complete the building of administrative and recreation facilities for the Forest Service, airstrip for aviators, as well as providing road maintenance and administrative sites. I'm so proud to highlight the men and women who stepped up and made a difference for the benefit of all in the Hells Canyon River area. I look forward to hearing more good work from them to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a looming crisis facing our country. This one is a man-made crisis, one born out of cruel political calculations. Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the threat of some of our Republican colleagues to refuse to raise the debt ceiling next year unless their most extreme demands are met. And they've made clear what those demands are. They believe this threat is how they can finally force cuts to the Social Security benefits that millions of Americans have earned. This threat is how they're going to try to raise the retirement age. This is how they want to force cuts to Medicare. They're prepared to force a default and create catastrophic consequences for our economy and America's standing in the world so they can slash Social Security and Medicare. We can't let that happen. We must address the debt ceiling. The consequences if we don't act are too grave. And to all of my colleagues, we must not hold Social Security and Medicare hostage. We must address the debt ceiling as soon as possible. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of David Wally Waller, a Polk County, Florida native who passed away last month at age 67 following a courageous battle with cancer. Wally was a hero to our community in more ways than one, beginning with his 25-year career in law enforcement. After retiring, he became a hero to countless children while serving as program coordinator for the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve's Toys for Tots program. Under Wally's leadership, Polk County's Toys for Tots was named the top program in the United States last year, with more than 57,000 toys collected for over 14,000 children. Those who volunteer with him said he was the heart and soul of Toys for Tots, and a title he richly deserved. On behalf of our community, thank you, Wally, and well done, thy good and faithful servant. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1510, I call up the bill H.R. 8404 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment, and report the motion.
H.R. 8404, an act to repeal the Defense of Marriage Act and ensure respect for state regulation of marriage and for other purposes. Senate amendment. Mr. Nadler of New York moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 8404.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1510, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 8404.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Senate amendment to H.R. 8404, the Respect for Marriage Act. I first introduced a version of this legislation in 2009, and I am very proud that after a long journey, it will soon be headed to the President's desk, and marriage equality will be enshrined in law. The House took an important step in July when it passed the bill with support of 47 Republican members. Now that the Senate has passed an amended version, also with bipartisan support, it is up to us to finish the job. I find it deeply poignant that as we prepare to bring the 117th Congress to a close, we are on the cusp of a great bipartisan moral victory in the defense of a fundamental right of all Americans, a victory that will provide stability and reassurance to the millions of LGBTQ and interracial families that have come to rely on the constitutional right to marry. The Respect for Marriage Act does 3 things. First, it repeals the so-called Defense of Marriage Act, which blatantly discriminates against same-sex couples and which still officially remains on the books. Second, it enshrines marriage equality for federal law purposes, requiring the federal government to consider a person to be married if the marriage was valid in the state where it was performed. Finally, it prohibits anyone acting under color of state law from denying full legal effect to a valid out-of-state marriage based on the sex, race, ethnicity, or national origin of the 2 individuals in the marriage. The Senate amendment does not change any of these substantive provisions. Rather, it adds language that explicitly affirms that existing constitutional and other legal protections for religious liberty remain in effect. The Senate amendment does not create any new substantive legal rights, but rather it clarifies that the bill does not affect the existing legal rights or benefits of religious persons or entities. It also explicitly clarifies that the bill does not require or authorize the federal government to recognize polygamous marriages. It is because of this compromise, the result of the hard work of Senators Tammy Baldwin and Susan Collins, that the amended bill passed the Senate by a vote of 61 to 36, with 12 Republican senators voting in support. While marriage equality remains constitutionally protected today, we have learned in recent months that rights once thought to be fundamental and forever secure can in fact be taken away. Indeed, in the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, a decision overturning nearly 50 years of precedent recognizing a constitutional right to abortion, Justice Clarence Thomas went out of his way to write a separate concurrence calling on the court to reconsider all of its substantive due process decisions, including Obergefell versus Hodges, the decision recognizing a right to marriage equality. In light of this concurrence, even if one accepts the Dobbs majority's assurances that the constitutional right to marriage equality is settled law, Congress must use this opportunity to provide additional reassurance to the many American families who have come to rely on this guarantee. After all, we were told that the right to abortion was settled law also. The Respect for Marriage Act cements respect for married couples, which all Americans, including those in this Congress, should support and value. I want to thank the co-chairs of the LGBTQ+ Equality Caucus, the chairs of the Congressional Tri-Caucus, and incoming House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries for joining me in introducing this legislation. I also want to thank my Chief of Staff, Amy Rutkin, who has done so much to help guide this legislation through the House. I urge all members to support the Senate amendment to H.R. 8404, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democrats want Americans to believe that the Supreme Court at any moment, in fact, the chairman just referenced this, at any moment could step in and overturn its opinions in Obergefell and Loving. It's just not true. The Supreme Court is not poised to overturn its opinions in either of those decisions. Just look at what the court has said. The Dobbs opinion does not undermine other substantive due process rights in any way, close quote. Just in case anyone is not clear on the meaning of does not undermine them in any way, the court later reiterated that the Dobbs decision should not be misunderstood or mischaracterized to cast doubt on precedents that do not concern abortion. The court condemned the alarmist idea that the Dobbs decision would lead to the overturning of other cases as perhaps designed to stoke unfounded fears that our decision will impair those other rights. It is that unfounded fear that brings us here today. Democrats have conjured up this non-existent threat based on one line in Justice Thomas's concurrence in Dobbs, and they are misunderstanding or deliberately misrepresenting what Justice Thomas wrote. Justice Thomas made the same point that he has made for years, that the collection of rights secured by the doctrine of substantive due process is better understood as being a function of the Constitution's privileges and immunities clause. That's it. From his statement that a body of law should flow from one place in the Constitution instead of another comes the hyperbolic arguments that we have heard about the necessity of this bill. After the House last considered this bill in July, the Senate was forced to make significant changes to the bill. Unfortunately, those changes do not go far enough in protecting religious liberty. For example, the Senate amendment does not protect the right a private entity that is determined to be a state actor as a result of the services they provide on behalf of a government. These entities could be adoption agencies, shelters, or other service providers operated by a religious organization under contract with a city or state. Across the country, people of faith serve their neighbors and their communities through these charitable efforts, but this bill could force them to abandon their faith or abandon the service. That is an unacceptable outcome in the United States. For years, the Democrats have been playing a dangerous game with the court. They want Americans to believe that the court lacks transparency and struggles with its ethics. Simply not true. This bill is simply the latest installment of the Democrats' campaign to intimidate the highest court in our land. They've engaged in a smear campaign against sitting justices and nominees. Democrats have stood on the steps of the court and threatened justices by name for not ruling the way they want in high-profile cases. Democrat members of the Judiciary Committee, including the chairman, have introduced a bill to pack the court, to add 4 justices to our highest court. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4, because they simply want to take it over. And Democrats have held hearings to showcase fringe legal and conspiracy theories about the court and its rulings. In fact, later today, the Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing to again suggest that the court has somehow been compromised based on a totally unsubstantiated allegation that Justice Alito leaked information 8 years ago about an opinion in the Hobby Lobby case. There's just one problem. Justice Alito denies its allegation. The individual who allegedly was the conduit for the leak denies it ever happened. And even the media admits there are holes in this story. Politico said this, quote, We spent several months attempting to corroborate the allegation, but were unable to locate anyone who heard about the decision directly from Alito or his wife before the release of the case. The New York Times reported that there are, quote, gaps in the allegation. New York Times, the one who broke the story. They reported there are gaps in this allegation about a leak from Justice Alito 8 years ago. Gaps in an allegation, you know what that is? That is liberal speak for that story doesn't add up. But the Democrats are determined to not let the truth get in the way of their story and their intimidation tactics on the court. This is not the way we're supposed to operate. I hope that we can vote this bill down. I hope it does not pass because I think it is dangerous and takes the country in the wrong direction. With that, I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, a member of the committee, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today we will vote for equality and against discrimination by finally overturning the exclusionary, homophobic Defense of Marriage Act and guaranteeing crucial protections for same-sex and interracial marriages. By passing the Respect for Marriage Act, we will ensure that all Americans continue to be afforded the same rights by the government, no matter what the Supreme Court may decide in the future. As we take this vote, we can take pride in the progress that we've made, but also must acknowledge the work that lies ahead. The idea of marriage equality used to be a far-fetched idea. Now it's the law of the land and supported by the vast majority of Americans. Marriage bans used to be a partisan tool. Now the Respect for Marriage Act has received strong bipartisan votes in both chambers. Protecting marriage equality is now a bipartisan idea that I hope all my colleagues will embrace. I urge all those here today who previously voted against this bill to reconsider, be part of history, and join us in voting for its passage today. Today's vote is a monumental win in the fight for LGBTQ plus equality. But the work does not stop here. We remain the only minority group in America where a majority of states it is still legal to discriminate against us in several key areas of life. We must continue to work for full equality for the LGBTQ plus community, including by enacting additional protections at the state level and finally passing the Equality Act to ensure explicit federal protections against anti-LGBTQ plus discrimination. I want to end by thanking Chairman Nadler for his extraordinary leadership. He's been a champion of this bill for more than 13 years, and I was proud to join him and others in introducing the Respect for Marriage Act again this Congress. I urge my colleagues, vote yes, vote for equality, vote to be certain that we live in a country where all Americans have equal access to the important institution of marriage. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from the great state of Missouri, Ms. Hartzler.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to adamantly oppose H.R. 8404, the Disrespect for Marriage Act. This unnecessary, misguided legislation not only disrespects the importance of traditional marriage for the health of a family, but also disrespects people and organizations of faith who have the constitutional right to carry out their mission in accordance with their most deeply held beliefs. With a crisis at the border, inflation skyrocketing, and a federal budget that is nowhere to be seen just weeks before Christmas, Democrats have made it abundantly clear that this disrespectful policy is their priority. Let's be clear, Obergefell is not in danger, but people and institutions of faith are. This bill only serves to further demonize biblical values by establishing a private right of action against organizations who believe in natural marriage, opening the floodgates for predatory lawsuits against people of faith. The bill's only purpose is to hand the federal government a legal bludgeoning tool to drive people of faith out of the public square and to silence anyone who dissents. Sadly, the Senate rejected 3 amendments that would have eliminated the private right of action and prevented the government from infringing on the freedom of religion. Instead, a flimsy amendment that includes vague language unlikely to protect anyone was included. Unfortunately, and likely intentionally, this hollow amendment provides no tangible protections for religious schools, no protections for faith-based adoption and foster care agencies, no protections for Christian businesses who contract with the government, and no protections for civil servants that justly believe marriage is just between a man and a woman.
The bill's implications: submit to our ideology or be silenced. This is yet another step toward the Democrats' goal of dismantling the traditional family, silencing voices of faith, and permanently undoing our country's God-woven foundation. This is the Democrats' priority. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you my priority. Protect religious liberty, protect people of faith, and protect Americans who believe in the true meaning of marriage. I hope and pray that my colleagues will find the courage to join me in opposing this misguided and this dangerous bill. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Allred.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to say that we received amazing news this morning. Brittany Griner is coming home. This is a huge relief for her, her wife Sherelle, her family, and after months of uncertainty in Russia's sham justice system. And I want to thank President Biden, Secretary Blinken, and all at the State Department who made this happen. And today, in a strong symbol of the stark differences in the freedoms between our two nations, the U.S. Congress will vote in a bipartisan way to pass the Respect for Marriage Act, enshrining marriage equality into federal law and protecting marriages just like Brittany's. I'm proud to vote today to say that love is love, no matter who you are, where you live, and no matter what any future, extreme, out-of-touch Supreme Court may say. And I urge all of my colleagues to join me in voting yes and standing up for freedom. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would yield 3 minutes to my friend and colleague, Mr. Good from the great state of Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my colleague from Ohio, Chairman Jordan. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the so-called Respect for Marriage Act. Honestly, the bill should be called the Disrespect for Marriage Act. This bill certainly disrespects God's definition of marriage, a definition that has served his creation well for more than 5,000 years of recorded history. And his definition is the only one that really matters. This bill would codify into federal law the Supreme Court's wrongly decided Obergefell decision and ensure that the marriage laws in the most liberal state, irrespective of how radical they might become in the future, think polygamy, bestiality, child marriage, or whatever, must be legally recognized in all states. It was wrong when the Supreme Court made law in the Obergefell decision requiring that the marriage law in Massachusetts had to become the law of the whole country when Massachusetts approved gay marriage. This was overriding the will of the people and their elected representatives, as no other state to that point had been able to pass through referendum or state legislature a gay marriage law. The fact is, traditional biblical marriage is the foundation of a strong society and a strong culture. I'll say it once again. Almost everything that plagues our society is a failure to follow God's design for marriage, morality, and the family. The perfect, omniscient, immutable God knows what he's doing. But this legislation repeals the correct definition of marriage in federal code and requires the federal government to recognize any marriage if the marriage was valid in the state where it was performed. And, perhaps even worse, this bill eliminates all religious freedom protections for churches or faith-based organizations and requires everyone to participate in and recognize gay marriage. And it empowers the IRS with their newly hired 87,000 agents, who apparently need more to do, to go after the religious institutions that simply seek to operate according to their beliefs. In fact, the bill does nothing to prevent the IRS from attacking and harming the religious organizations that have made an incredible impact in our communities across our nation. It's simply designed to undermine marriage as a union between one man and one woman. God's perfect design is indeed marriage between one man and one woman for life. And it doesn't matter what you think or what I think. That's what the Bible says. This proposal is yet another Democrat attempt to undermine the fundamental values which formed our nation and continue to hold our country together. Recognition of the institution of marriage as between one man and one woman, and respect for the freedom to operate according to your sincerely held religious beliefs. The legislation we're continuing today is a sobering indication of the erosion of the moral values that have made this nation great. As President Reagan once said, America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, America will cease to be great. All great nations and societies fall from within. With Democrats threatening all sense of values and decency and family today, sexualizing kids in school, redefining sex and gender, trans surgery and mutilation of minors, it makes no sense for any Republican to support their efforts to codify their views on marriage. And I urge all my colleagues in this body to join me in strongly opposing this bill.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's never too late to do the right thing. Thanks to bipartisan work in the Senate, the Respect for Marriage Act comes back to the House with added language that should allay anyone's fears or misunderstandings, yet still ensure we can legally recognize marriage as is currently recognized in this country. It would be wrong to say that my husband Phil and I have a marriage that is any different than anyone else's marriage here in this body. My workplace health insurance should extend to my husband just like yours extends to your spouse. I should be able to visit my husband in the hospital if need be, just like you can visit your spouse. My earned benefits for retirement and Social Security, our property rights, our benefits through our taxes, and so much more should be no different regardless of if your spouse is named Samuel or Samantha. That's what we will do today. With the revised Respect for Marriage Act, denying legal recognition to any legally married couple would be so far out of the mainstream that it would actually be discrimination. And I'm sure no one here would intend to discriminate against me and my spouse, as I would never against you and yours. I urge everyone's support for this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
The
For how much? Revise that. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Respect for Marriage Act. Over my time in Congress as the first openly gay member of color elected in history, the fight for LGBTQ equality has remained a critical and personal focus of mine. Last week, the Senate took long overdue action to repeal the Defense of Marriage Act, and when my colleagues and I pass the Respect for Marriage Act in the House today, it will mean the world to me, my loved ones, and to millions of Americans. Nearly 10 years ago, at the start of my career in Congress, the Supreme Court ruled in Obergefell versus Hodges that marriage equality is a fundamental protected right. We took to the streets in fervent celebration of this cornerstone victory for our community. This bill will pass today, but it is a reminder of the necessity of our vigilance in the fight for human rights and the need to hold the judicial branch accountable. We must rise to the challenge, and we will prevail. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from the great state of Michigan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to what I believe is the inappropriately named Respect for Marriage Act. Because if what my colleagues have just said were actually all that was here, it would be a different story to some degree, but that's not what we're talking about. The bill betrays our country's commitment to the fundamental right of religious liberty by depriving religious and faith-based organizations of their tax-exempt status and depriving individual people of faith of being able to carry out fully their faith without repercussions. Licenses, government contracts are also put at risk here with this legislation. As a result, religiously affiliated and faith-based organizations will be at risk of being compelled to make hiring decisions in contradiction to their tenets. And I'm not just talking about Christian religions. We're talking about all that are impacted by this. It puts us at risk for Catholic Charities' ability to find foster and adoptive homes for children in need. Gospel Rescue Mission's ability to serve the homeless and it would likely be the end of the school choice initiatives that rely on religious schools, schools of faith, to serve at-risk children trapped in failing schools. Additionally, business owners across the country who conduct their businesses based on their sincerely held faith beliefs and principles will be subject to lawsuits simply because they have a traditional view of marriage. Again, if all that my colleagues have just even recently said were the only thing about this legislation, it'd be another story, but it isn't. It goes way beyond. And a deep appreciation for and commitment to following science also in the positive endeavor of
the gentleman's time has
continuing
expired.
the human race is important.
Okay.
I think I've made my statement, and I appreciate that, but I yield back and ask for opposition to this legislation and a more thoughtful approach.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Craig.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, my wife Cheryl and I were married 14 years ago when one of the first states in our country allowed us to do so. It took years and a Supreme Court ruling to acknowledge and grant the legal protections that come with marriage across this great land. In the ensuing years, we raised our 4 sons, and we expanded our family of 6 to 9, adding 2 daughter-in-laws and a grandson to that mix. I'm standing here today because in the year 2022, families like mine are once again concerned that an activist, out-of-step Supreme Court is going to take those rights away. And just so we're clear, that Supreme Court and the members in opposition of this legislation today are out of step with the American people. Today, I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on the Respect for Marriage Act, a bill that takes the long-standing overdue step of repealing DOMA and ensures that same-sex and interracial marriage is recognized in every state, no matter who is sitting on the Supreme Court. We've made progress. Let's not go back, America. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just first say the previous speaker talked about being out of step with the American people. Are you kidding me? The Democrats are the party who think men can use women's restrooms. The Democrats are the party who think boys can participate in girls' sports. The Democrats are the party that think you can take the life of an unborn child right up until their birthday. And the Democrats are the party who actually had a witness in committee say that she thought men could get pregnant. And we're the ones who are out of step with, I mean, you got to be kidding me. I would yield 2 minutes to my friend from the great state of Florida, Mr. Mass.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. What is our job here? Our job, we're going to take an oath in a couple of weeks here, really outlining our job, supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I took that oath as a member of the military. I've taken that oath numerous times as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. The U.S. House of Representatives, bicameral body, 435 of us, meant to do the work of protecting we, the people of the United States of America, who elect us. And I want to quote our colleague on the other side, Ms. Scanlon, who was talking about what we don't have time for here, as our colleague Chip Roy was asking for amendments to ensure that we, the people's religious freedom was not prohibited, that the free exercise thereof was not prohibited. Adopting an amendment by our colleague Chip Roy, she said, would unsettle the Senate. God forbid the work that we do here in the House of Representatives unsettle the work that's done in the Senate. Our job must be to just do their bidding of what they decide in the Senate and not represent as one of 435. But no, that's not the real case. Our job is to represent our constituents, we the people, not to worry about whether we unsettle or don't unsettle the Senate. Let me give you another quote from our colleague about why we don't have the time to prohibit or to prevent prohibiting the free exercise thereof. She said, "This Congress is coming to a close, and we don't have the time to make changes to this legislation." We don't have the time? Wait a second. The U.S. House of Representatives, our oath is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. It's our singular job here. and we don't have the time to do it? That's what your side is telling us. We don't have time to make changes to the bill to ensure that the free exercise thereof, of our people's religions, is not infringed upon, and you're saying we don't have the time. What the hell are we doing
time has
here if we
expired.
don't have the time to do it? What the hell are we
The
doing?
gentleman from Ohio is reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Why are we here this morning? We're here because dignity should be part of life in America. We're here because the Founding Fathers, imperfect as they were, said we are here to create a more perfect union. And we're specifically here because a justice on the United States Supreme Court, Justice Clarence Thomas, appallingly stated that other cherished fundamental rights should be subject to the abrogation and the writing. In future cases, we should reconsider all of this court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold, Lawrence, and Obergefell. It is shameful that we would have to be here today, but I proudly stand with my community, those who understand and recognize that it is crucial for the Respect for Marriage Act to pass so that respect can go for the loving relationships, the families, the daughters, the sons, the aunts and uncles, the husbands and wives, the husbands, and all and wives that come as family. Let me be very clear. I'm the only member in the Texas delegation that voted against, did not vote for the Protecting Marriage Act. And I did that. DOMA was wrong then, it is wrong now, and I continuously stand with all of you to pass H.R. 8404, Respect for Marriage. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today to give my strongest support for the Respect for Marriage Act. It's hard to believe that today, in 2022, we are still fighting to protect the right for all Americans to marry the person they love. But the Supreme Court's actions this summer have shown us that we cannot take our rights for granted. No one should have to live in fear that a Supreme Court decision could invalidate their marriage in the blink of an eye. The Respect for Marriage Act enshrines the right to marry the person you love, regardless of gender, race, or identity, into federal law. It finally repeals the Discriminatory Defense of Marriage Act from our law books, and it reaffirms our commitment to a promise of equality for all by ensuring critical federal and state protections for same-sex and interracial marriages. I've spent my career fighting for the rights of the LGBTQ+ community, both at the state and federal levels, and so I'm proud to stand on the House floor today in support of the Respect for Marriage Act. Sending this bill to the President's desk sends a powerful message that love is love, that family is family, and that this Congress stands together against hate and discrimination.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the committee, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise today to support people's right to love and their equal protection under the law. The Respect for Marriage Act will reaffirm marriage equality as the law of the land. All Americans, no matter who they are and who they love, deserve dignity and equal treatment under the law. Madam Speaker, back home in my state of Texas, people are literally scared. Entire families are considering fleeing Texas for fear of what the MAGA GOP will do to their partners and their loved ones. Earlier this year, the far-right Texas GOP declared homosexuality as an abnormal lifestyle choice in their official platform. Yes, they put it in their platform. Last month, Texas Republicans have now pre-filed 17 bills targeting the LGBTQ+ community for our next legislative session in Texas. To my LGBTQ constituents and neighbors back home, know that I am here for you. House Democrats will not waver in our fight for human dignity and equality under the law. Thank you, and I yield
Gentlelady's
back.
time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Respect for Marriage Act. Growing up in New Hampshire as a gay person, I wasn't sure if there would be a place for me or if I'd be able to have a family of my own. But I was lucky to be surrounded by people who embraced me for who I am, and to live at a time when hearts, minds, and laws were changing for the better. Next year, I'll marry the love of my life. And it's unthinkable that if the Supreme Court heeds Justice Thomas's call, that our marriage might not be recognized in New Hampshire where we live, but not across the country. That's the reality that many couples fear, one that would jeopardize their ability to visit a spouse in the hospital or access all the benefits that couples do, one that would strip millions of Americans of their rights and their dignity. That's a threat that we can't ignore. So I hope my colleagues will heed the calls of their constituents and the call of history and cast a vote in favor of the Respect for Marriage Act to say that love is love and to respect people's individual freedoms in this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8404, the Respect for Marriage Act, a bill to ensure critical protections for same-sex and interracial marriages. 19 days ago, Coloradans woke up to the news of yet another mass shooting impacting our community. This violence was the direct result of intolerance and discrimination. It was the direct result of efforts by some elected officials to seize on hate and villainize the LGBTQ+ community. Today, we have the opportunity to reject the ugly vitriol and to stand with the LGBTQ+ community in Colorado and nationwide. Today, we have the opportunity to protect all Americans, regardless of how they identify or whom they love. The Respect for Marriage Act will uphold marriage equality under federal law, repealing the Discriminatory Defense of Marriage Act. This bill ensures that the federal government won't stand in the way of a person's right to marry whom they love. I thank Chairman Nadler for leading this effort and the Congressional Equality Caucus for their ongoing work to promote equality for all, regardless of gender identity or sexual orientation. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I dedicate my remarks to two civil rights icons, Edith and Judith Windsor. Today, we repeal the Defense of Marriage Act, which degraded marriage under the pretense of defending it. Today, we put the equality of same-sex love in its rightful place, under the protection of federal law. We will not leave it to the forces of hate and the relics of the past to be the final word on the fate of love. We in the LGBTQ community will be the arbiters of our own legal equality and the authors of our own marital destiny. Our equal right to marry the people that we love, in the country that we love, with the pride that we love. Today, that right makes America a more perfect union. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I rise in support and for the Respect for Marriage Act. In all my decades of public service, I have never wavered in my support for the LGBTQ+ community. In 1990, I introduced the first legislation in New York State history to grant legal recognition to same-sex couples. And when the Defense for Marriage Act was introduced in 1996, I was one of 67 House members to vote against it. I knew then what I know now. DOMA was a bigoted, discriminatory solution to a problem that never existed. It never made sense that I or anyone in this body or in this country could get in a cab and marry the cab driver that same day or some stranger on the street. But a bold, brave New Yorker and a friend of mine named Edith Windsor could not have her marriage recognized. She sued, she won in court. Today, this law will codify her court case. I dedicate my remarks to her and thank her for her lifelong commitment to LGBTQ rights and equality. I urge my
Gentlewoman's time has
friends on
expired.
both sides of the aisle to support this bill.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized, and the gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Respect for Marriage Act because every American deserves to have their union recognized and respected in law. Since the Obergefell and Loving decisions, millions of families rely on the constitutional guarantee that marriage equality affords. Yet we just saw what happens when half our population relies on this high court to protect our sacred rights. Recent far-right court nominees broke their pledges to respect the precedent of Roe, and look at the legal chaos, unequal treatment, and financial and physical ruin that they have unleashed. We can no more rely on their word than we can their apologists who say these legal extremists will uphold marriage equality. This bill ensures that by guaranteeing that same-sex and interracial couples have a legal right to build a life with someone who shares their love. I'm honored to stand with the LGBTQ+ community to make this a more just, equal, and perfect union. Without these rights and this legislation, America can never truly aspire to that. I remind all my colleagues that history is watching, and I urge you to vote yea on this Senate amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Peters.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support the Respect for Marriage Act. Today we celebrate equality, fairness, and love. Since the Supreme Court's ruling in Obergefell, all loving couples have had a right to marry across our country. However, if the Supreme Court won't protect Americans, especially in light of the repeal of Roe, we in Congress must do everything in our power to defend those freedoms. The Respect for Marriage Act ensures federal marriage equality by guaranteeing the federal rights, benefits, and obligations of marriages. Today's legislation provides certainty for those couples and all future couples that the federal government will continue to recognize their marriages no matter where they live or who they're married to. I'm proud to support this historic bill alongside members of both parties to protect the rights of San Diegans and Americans across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of marriage equality. The bills we write and pass regularly affect millions of lives. Rarely is the legislation we vote on so personal as the bill we're voting on today, the Respect for Marriage Act. My daughter and her wife are two of the estimated 26 million Americans whose freedom to marry will be protected by this bill. Their son, my 1-year-old grandson, Reza, can now grow up without risk to his family. Love is a precious thing. I know my daughters will now know our nation respects their marriage. You cannot legislate love, but you can give love the protection of our laws. And I thank you and urge my colleagues to vote for this. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with our LGBTQ+ community who have fought for equal dignity under the law for decades. For far too long, our LGBTQ neighbors have been discriminated against simply for being who they are and loving who they love. Today, if that case is overturned, same-sex couples would not be allowed to marry in the state of Michigan. Every single American, no matter their faith, race, gender identity, or sexual orientation, has the right to marry the person they love. I am proud to be here today in the People's House of Congress and taking this historic vote to send this legislation to President Biden's desk. Today, we take one more step towards equality and justice for all. May we continue to build upon this progress by ensuring that our LGBTQ+ neighbors have what they need to thrive and be protected under law. Thank you, and I yield.
Reserves, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, a member of the committee, and the soon-to-be Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank the distinguished chair for yielding and for his leadership. The founding document of this country, the Declaration of Independence, read, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equally, entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those words were eloquent in their articulation, incomplete in their application. As the great Barbara Jordan once pointed out, initially they didn't apply to enslaved Africans or women, Native Americans, poor people of every race, and certainly it didn't apply to the LGBTQ community. But through a process of constitutional amendment, ratification, court decision, and legislation, those words have increasingly been brought to life as we journey toward a more perfect union. That is the work that is being done today with the Respect for Marriage Act, particularly because of a radical, right-wing, reckless, and regressive Supreme Court majority that threatens freedom and marriage equality. That is why I urge my colleagues to support the Respect for Marriage Act. Respect.
Gentleman's recognized.
Marriage, respect freedom, respect liberty and justice for all. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the committee, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong and joyful support of the Respect for Marriage Act. As the mother of an incredible trans daughter, I'm here to fight for her rights and those of all LGBTQ people who for too long have been denied the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And as someone who is myself in an interracial marriage, it is far past time that we codify those rights. An extremist Supreme Court, hateful state legislatures want to roll back the hard-won progress that we have made, but we are here to say in a bipartisan way, we will not tolerate this. We will codify these rights once and for all. This is the beginning. I also call on the Senate to pass the Equality Act to ensure that LGBTQ+ people can enjoy the same rights as everyone else in the country. But today, Madam Speaker, let's get this bill done. Vote yes on codifying the right to marry the one you love. Vote yes on the Respect for Marriage Act.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm going to miss this 1 minute, let me tell you that. This bill was passed with a very bipartisan vote in this House this past July. And I rise in strong support of the Respect for Marriage Act, which this bill has been slightly amended and sent to us. Like many Americans across the country, I was sickened and deeply sorry by the violent attack on an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs just a few weeks ago. It was a manifestation of hate, a manifestation of prejudice, a manifestation of bigotry, a manifestation of thinking one is better than the other, that somehow we are not all equal in the eyes of our Constitution and in the eyes of God. It was a somber reminder of how safe spaces still are not safe for so many. One of the Club Q survivors, a young man named Anthony, said that as he lay wounded on the floor, his first thought, not unsurprisingly, which he believed may be his last thought, was of his husband of 14 years, Jeremy. What the justices said some years ago, what we have said in our legislation, is that who you love is your choice. One of the first votes I cast in the Maryland State Senate in 1967 was the repeal of the miscegenation statutes. The Supreme Court that same year had ruled that unconstitutional. That because a black male wanted to marry a white woman, or a white woman wanted to marry a black male, or an Asian, or of some other ethnicity or race, that somehow we would interpose our own judgment. Denying that all people are created equal and endowed by their Creator, not by us, not by the Constitution, by their Creator, with certain unalienable rights. And among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Certainly pursuit of happiness means that you can love whom you choose. The love that Anthony felt for his husband in that moment reflected a basic emotional instinct that makes us all human. Madam Speaker, I rise today for the millions of people like Anthony and Jeremy who deserve to continue living proudly and happily and safely in same-sex and interracial marriages. In doing so, I stand for all Americans who cherish the liberty, equality, and justice promised to them under our Constitution. Last summer, the Supreme Court, largely the Republican faction of the Supreme Court, they will resent that phrase, I'm sure, violated that sacred promise with their radical ruling in Dobbs versus Jackson, breaking nearly 50 years of precedent, contrary to what some of those justices said to the United States Senate their premise would be. They deprived women of their constitutional right to reproductive health care, to control of their own bodies, the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. In the process, they also opened the door for future challenges to Obergefell, Hodges, United States versus Windsor, Loving versus Virginia, of course, which dealt with you couldn't marry a person of another color. The Obergefell and Windsor precedents protecting same-sex marriage have stood for 7 and 9 years, respectively. Not the half a century that the others had, but for the same proposition. It's not your business. I am shocked that conservatives who have a libertarian bent believe that somehow we ought to get involved in this. So I would urge all my colleagues to support this. I remember the most conservative member of the state Senate, in which I served for 12 years, got up in talking about a woman's right to choose, said, it's not my business. It's not the government's business. It's not the legislator's business. It's my business. It's her business. The Loving precedent protecting interracial marriage has stood for 55 years. Justice Thomas perhaps would opine that it is not a right that is found in the Constitution. After the Supreme Court disregarded decades of precedent to overturn Roe versus Wade, we have no reason to expect it won't do the same to marriage equality. We believe that all men are created equal, and all women, and men and women together. Americans have grown accustomed to knowing that they have a constitutional right to equal marriage. Those living in same-sex and interracial marriages should not have to live with the fear that their government could rescind legal recognition of their families at any moment. That's not America. That's not content of character, as Martin Luther King urged us to pursue, character. They must be able to live confidently knowing that their marriages will be recognized wherever they go in America, no matter the city, county, or state. Our Democratic House majority knows that no state ought to be able to deny full faith and credit to legal marriage between consenting American adults. And a lot of Republicans agree with this. This is not a partisan issue. I hope it's not a partisan issue in this vote. It certainly was not a partisan issue when we passed it to the Senate. And it was not a partisan vote in the United States Senate. And we know the best way to protect that most basic right to marriage equality is to enshrine it in federal statute. That's why we took swift action last summer to pass the Respect for Marriage Act through the House, and why I'm proud to bring it to the floor again today. I want to thank Chairman Nadler. I want to thank the staff of the committee. I want to thank Representative Cicilline and all the co-chairs of the LGBTQ Equality Caucus. But this is not a caucus issue. This is a country issue. This is a constitutional issue. This is a fairness issue. This is justice for all. I want to thank Chairman Ruiz and Democratic Caucus Chairman Jeffries, who's been very involved in this bill, Chairwoman Beatty. All have worked hard on this bill. Similarly, I appreciate the House Republicans who joined us in supporting this bill, a significant number of House Republicans. I would hope all Republicans would do it on the theory this is not our business, that people are free to make their own decisions, not government make these decisions. I also want to thank the 62 senators, including 12 Republicans, who came together to advance this critical legislation. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, all 435 of us, to stand up and say, this is a free country. It is a country that believes in equality for all. This is a country that the representatives of our Constitution, our Declaration, and of our laws would stand up united and saying, you are free to love who you choose. It is not our choice. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What happened in Colorado, as the gentleman referenced, was wrong as wrong could be. We all understand that. But you know what else is wrong? The 100 churches and crisis pregnancy centers that were attacked in the aftermath of the Dobbs decision. Actually, when the leak happened, dozens and dozens of those attacks happened between the leak of the opinion and the opinion itself, all designed to intimidate the Supreme Court. And what did this body do? While that was happening and Supreme Court Justices' homes were being protest, harassed, all kinds of things said about their family, an assassination attempt on one of those justices, Justice Kavanaugh, what did this body do? They waited a month to pass legislation to give our highest court members the protection they needed. This body did that. So look, there is no place for violence, but let's be clear. Let's condemn all of it. Let's do what we can to protect it. And let's not stay on this concerted effort to intimidate the court. By the way, Madam Speaker, we have yet to have a hearing on the leak of the Dobbs decision. But in an hour and 15 minutes, we are going to have a hearing on the fake leak that was brought up about Justice Alito in the Hobby Lobby case. Why can't we get to the bottom of what happened earlier this year with the Dobbs decision that resulted in all that violence, over 100 churches and crisis pregnancy centers attacked? I'd like to have a hearing on that. I hope at some point the chairman will. We will look into doing that next year when we convene the new Congress. That I reserve. I'd be happy to yield.
I just want to make clear, you indicated that we did nothing. The justices of the Supreme Court had full protection. The issue was families and the families of members. But you're not ought to be on the public
reclaiming
record.
My time, and I respect the majority leader reclaiming my time.
From Ohio
the
is
fact is,
recognized.
the Senate passed the bill, and you guys waited a month before we passed it on the House floor, and you know that's accurate.
If the gentleman will continue to yield, you represented that the justices were unprotected. That is not accurate, sir.
Justice's family's exactly right. Justice's family. I will correct that.
Thank you.
But you guys waited a month to do that when they were being threatened. That's my point. With that, I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. You know, I've been listening to this debate on the Republican side, and it's self-contradictory. On the one hand, don't worry about it. Obergefell is not threatened. It's the law of the land. The Supreme Court has decided it. There's no threat. You guys are exaggerating the threat to Obergefell. On the other hand, this bill is catastrophic. My God, it'll change things. Well, how will it change things if Obergefell is going to keep going? This bill will threaten the institution of marriage somehow. Really? I don't think it'll threaten the institution of marriage, especially since it's irrelevant, since Obergefell is going to continue. You can't argue out of both sides of your mouth. So I'd also point out, as I will in my closing statement, that contrary to the fears expressed about religious liberty, almost every church group in the United States has endorsed this bill. I'll read a list in my closing statement. Is she here? Yes. And I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, Ms. Pelosi.
For 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership. I rise today in strong support for the Respect of Marriage Act, an historic step forward in Democrats' fight to defend the dignity and equality of every American. Let us salute those who have legislated and advocated relentlessly to make this bill the law of the land. Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Jerry Nadler, Equality Caucus Chair David Cicilline, and all of the members of the Equality Caucus, and the grassroots activists out there, without whose mobilization so many pieces of legislation to expand freedom in our country would not be possible. I say that because when I came to this floor 35 years ago, my first speech on the floor after I was sworn in was to talk about, say that I came here to fight HIV and AIDS. What I learned after that is that we had to fight against discrimination against people with HIV and AIDS. Two people who were so significant in that are Phyllis and Del Martin and Phyllis Lyons, champions in our country. Well, I'll talk about that in a moment. First, I want to salute the Senate for its strong bipartisan legislation under leadership of Chuck Schumer and Senator Tammy Baldwin, and the bipartisan strong support that this House gave the legislation to send it over to the Senate. Marriage equality has been a law across our country since 2015, and proudly even longer in the state of California. Indeed, my thoughts today are with Phyllis Lyon and Del Martin, two dear friends and iconic trailblazers. I've brought their picture to the floor time and time again to talk about freedom and dignity and respect so many times. Nearly 2 decades ago, their enduring love made history as they joyfully said their vows in San Francisco City Hall, the first. In the years since, the same euphoria has blessed couples and bonded families in every corner of America. And yet, since the Supreme Court's monstrous decision overturning Roe v. Wade, right-wing forces have set their sights on this basic personal freedom. In his concurring opinion, Clarence Thomas explicitly called on the court to reconsider its ruling in Obergefell. While his legal reasoning is twisted and unsound, we must take Justice Thomas at his word and the hateful movement behind him at their word. We must act now on a bipartisan, bicameral basis to combat bigoted extremism and uphold the inviolability of same-sex and interracial marriages. Once signed into law, the Respect for Marriage Act will help prevent right-wing extremists from upending the lives of loving couples, traumatizing kids across the country, and turning back the clock on hard-won progress. This legislation takes several steps to uphold marriage equality under federal law. First, it tears the bigoted, unconstitutional Defense of Marriage Act off the books for good. When that bill was passed, our colleagues understood that it was not constitutional. Why else would they have tried to strip the judicial review of Defense of Marriage Act if they thought it could take the test of judicial review? Today's vote will codify a legal reality already handed down by the Supreme Court and ensure DOMA can never again be used to justify hateful discrimination. Second, the Respect for Marriage Act will enshrine married couples' right to equal protection under federal law, from tax filings to Social Security to bereavement and veterans' benefits. Third, this legislation will require that every state recognizes all valid out-of-state marriages, regardless of any heinous restrictions imposed by particular state law. This legislation is the latest step in House Democrats' fight to win full equality for LGBTQ Americans and forge a more perfect union that our children and their children, all of our children, deserve. Fighting alongside tireless advocates, we transformed the fight against HIV/AIDS here at home and around the world. And I thank President Bush for his leadership in that regard as well. All of our presidents, well, up until a certain point. We tossed Don't Ask, Don't Tell into the dustbin of history. We enacted fully inclusive federal hate crimes legislation, including Americans from the Scourge of Bigoted Violence with the Matthew Shepard Act. And our friend Barney Frank, our former colleague, is here, was so instrumental in passing that legislation. And today, we will include marriage equality into federal law now and for generations to come. I'm just going to speak personally for a moment because, as I mentioned earlier, my first words on the floor of this House were about fighting against HIV and AIDS and the discrimination that goes with that. My final bill as Speaker the first time, one of the final bills that I signed was the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And now one of the final bills that I will sign in the enrollment will be this beautiful legislation, the Respect for Marriage Act that we are passing today. Today, we stand up for the values the vast majority of Americans hold dear, a belief in the dignity, beauty, and divinity, spark of divinity in every person, an abiding respect for love so powerful that it binds two people together. San Francisco's, when we talk about freedom, I think of Harvey Milk. He once told his supporters, "I have tasted freedom. I will not give up that which I have tasted." Yes, today this chamber proudly stands with forces of freedom, not going back, and justice. Mr. Speaker, I urge a resounding bipartisan aye vote in favor of the Respect for Marriage Act in loving memory of Del Martin and Phyllis Lyons, my dear friends and iconic pioneers, and urge a strong bipartisan vote. I yield back. Thank you.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House, and any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of House rules. Gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio. Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
We're prepared to close.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge a no vote based on the arguments we've made on the floor today. I think this is, I'm just urging no vote. I think this is the wrong way to go. And with that, we yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment to the Respect for Marriage Act represents a carefully negotiated compromise that maintains all of the bill's substantive protections for marriage equality while affirming that the religious liberty and conscience protections available under current law remain unaffected by the bill. For these reasons, leading national organizations have endorsed the bill as amended by the Senate, including the ACLU, GLAAD, PFLAG, Human Rights Campaign, and Lambda Legal. In addition, a broad interfaith coalition that includes the Interfaith Alliance, the Episcopal Church, the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, the United Church of Christ, the Presbyterian Church USA Office of Public Witness, the Union for Reform Judaism, the Anti-Defamation League, the Hindu American Foundation, Muslims for Progressive Values, and the Sikh Coalition all endorse the Senate amendment to this bill. This is a long overdue bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it with a big vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1510, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. For what purpose? Okay. Oh, Mr. Mayor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All members seeking a vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have arisen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Kildee, Ms. Axney, and Mr. O'Halloran, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on H.404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island again seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member by Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will proudly vote yes on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 8404.
Gentleman from Texas, for what purposes, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Maloney, as the person designated by Mr. Lee Gohmert of the great state of Texas, Mr. Paul Goldsworth of the great state of Arizona, inform the House they will both vote no on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruppersberger, I inform the House that Mr. Ruppersberger will vote yes on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Representative Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that she will vote yea on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lawson, inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Peter DeFazio, Albio Ceres, Donald Payne, Peter Welch, Dina Titus, Mike Doyle, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Bill Pascrell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Lawrence, inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on H.R. 8404. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, member designated by Congress members Maureen Newman, Grace Napolitano, Eric Swalwell, Mary Peltola, and Kai Kahili, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House Mr. Baird will vote nay on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Ms. Jamie Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Meeks, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Long of Missouri, and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that all three members will vote nay on H.R. 8404. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Mike Johnson of Louisiana, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Presley, Ms. Hayes, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on H.R. 8404, and Ms. Beatty as well. Ms. Beatty, Ms. Presley, Ms. Hayes. I thank the Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on H.R. 8404. And Mr. Speaker, also as a member designated by Mr. Johnson of Ohio's 6th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Johnson will vote no on H.R. 8404.
does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Liu, Ms. Wexton, and Mr. Yarmouth, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 8404.
On this vote, the yeas are 258, the nays are 169, present 1. The motion is adopted. I was emotional, I'm sorry. Let's see.
Is in violation of the rules of the House. For what purpose? Oh. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, I object.
Objection is heard. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
The desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Motor of Colorado moves to reconsider the vote on concurring in the Senate amendment to H.R. 8404.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island moves to lay the motion to reconsider on the table.
The question now occurs on the motion to table. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is not adopted. Gentleman from Texas.
Request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered, and members will record their votes by electronic device. This 15-minute vote. This is the gentleman from New Jersey rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Peter DeFazio, Albio Series, Donald Payne, Peter Welch, Gina Titus, Mike Doyle, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Bill Pascrell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on the motion to table.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Meeks, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the motion to table.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Rush, Ms. Wexton, and Mr. Liu, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on the motion, putting the motion on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Beatty, Ms. Presley, and Ms. Hayes, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the motion to table.
For what purposes the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kildee of Michigan, Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, and Ms. Axney of Iowa, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote no on the motion.
For what purposes the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on the motion.
For what purposes the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on the motion.
For what purposes the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote no on the motion to table.
Gentlelady from Texas.
Yes, I incorrectly stated she votes no. It's a yes vote.
I thank
Ms.
the gentlelady.
Lawrence, thank you. Thank you so much.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rupersberger, I inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Ms. Jamie Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Butler will vote yea on the motion.
What purpose does the gentlelady from South Carolina raise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Nels from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will vote nay on the motion.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Grace Napolitano, Eric Swalwell, Mary Peltola, and Kai Cahaley, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to table.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on the motion.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the motion to table.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Long of Missouri, and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi. I inform the House that all three members will vote nay on the motion. Thank you.
Vote. The yeas are 206. The nays are 144. The motion. What purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Mike Johnson of Louisiana, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on the motion to reconsider, to table the motion to reconsider.
What purpose does the gentleman from Idaho rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho, pursuant to Resolution 8, Mr. Simpson will vote yes on the motion to table, and as a member designated by Mr. Johnson of Ohio's 6th District, Mr. Johnson will vote no on the motion to table.
Two 218. The nays are 160. The motion is adopted. What purposes, gentleman from California, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote nay on the motion.
Are 224, the nays are 164. The motion is adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, I would make a motion to adjourn. The NDA should not be voted on suspension.
Question occurs on the motion to adjourn. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. 15. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 15-minute vote. For what purpose? For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Meeks, I inform the House that he will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania
Madam
rise?
Speaker, as the member designated Mr. Lawson, inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that she will vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, and Mr. Long of Missouri, inform the House that all three members will vote yea on the motion. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Congressman Mike Johnson of Louisiana, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
For what from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Nels of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will vote yea on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Ms. Jamie Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera will vote nay on the motion.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yea on the motion.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Hayes, Ms. Beatty, and Ms. Presley, I inform the House that these three members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, the gentleman from Texas has a designated for Mr. Gomer of Texas and Mr. Gonzalez of Arizona. I inform the House they will both vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Idaho rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote no on the motion to adjourn. Also, as a member designated by Mr. Bill Johnson of Ohio's 6th District pursuant to Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Johnson will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Purpose is the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Grace Napolitano, Eric Swalwell, Marie Peltola, and Kai Kaheli, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose is the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Peter DeFazio, Albio Series, Donald Payne, Peter Welch, Dina Titus, Mike Doyle, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Bill Pascrell, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rupersberger, I inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Are 129. The nays are 227. The motion is not adopted. Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman
Madam
from
Speaker, I ask
Washington
unanimous
State rise?
consent the chair of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and I may each insert in the congressional record, not later than December 12, 2022, such material as we may deem explanatory of the Senate amendment and the motion to concur with the amendment on H.R. 7776.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington State rise?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution H.Res. 1512, providing for the concurrence by the House in the Senate amendment to H.R. 7776 with an amendment.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1512, resolution providing for the concurrence by the House in the Senate amendment to H.R. 7776 with an amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.Res. 1512.
The House will come to order. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to urge members to support this piece of legislation. I want to thank everyone who worked on this process. All told, from the beginning of it to now, over 2,000 member requests were considered in some form or another, either in committee on the House or as we worked with the Senate. And with that open, collaborative, and bipartisan process, we have produced, I think, an excellent product. First and foremost, we support the men and women who serve in the United States military in this bill. Most specifically, we serve the people who are, economically struggling the most by a 4.6 pay raise, increase in the basic housing allowance, increase in the basic needs allowance, making sure that the price of items at the commissary do not go up so much as to price people out of it. We support the men and women who serve in the military in this bill, and that is the number one most important role that we have. This bill also continues on the work that we did on last year's efforts to reform how sexual assault is handled in the military by including sexual harassment in the portions that are under the jurisdiction of the Special Victims Prosecutor. There are a laundry list of things we do to really improve the quality of life for service members and to exercise our oversight. This bill also contains a number of other oversight bills, the Intelligence Oversight Bill, the Foreign Affairs Oversight Bill, the Coast Guard Authorization Bill, authorization was the word I was looking for, as well as the Water Resources Development Act. All told, this bill is Congress exercising its authority to authorize and do oversight of the executive branch on behalf of the American people. And I think that is enormously important. We are a co-equal branch of government. It is our responsibility to exercise that oversight and represent the people. Now, obviously, the most direct, sort of blunt force way that we do that is through appropriations, the money we spend. That is incredibly important as well. But the authorizing portion of what we do matters a great deal. It is our opportunity as individual members of Congress to set policy for this country at the Department of Defense first and foremost, but as I said, also in this bill on intel and foreign affairs and the Coast Guard and elsewhere. Madam Speaker, the House really isn't in order.
The House will be in order.
It's really important that we get that job done and we do it really, really well. I can't go through every single item that is in this bill, but I can tell you that just about every member of this House has something in this bill that is important for policy, important to their district. I know because they've been talking to me for the last 6 months about it. This is important policy that makes a huge difference for the people of this body and the people of this country, and I would urge us to support it. I want to say 2 more quick things before I yield to my partner, actually 3 more quick things before I yield to my partner, Mr. Rogers, on this. First of all, I really want to thank him, the staff, and everybody involved in all of that. To field that many requests takes a lot of time. The staff on the Armed Services Committee has been outstanding, and we are a bipartisan staff. We work together in a collaborative process. All of the committee members, Republican and Democrat, have worked well together. Heck, in this moment, I'll even say something good about the Senate. They worked well with us also in a bipartisan, bicameral way. I really thank them for putting that process together. Second, I do want to just briefly address, there's always a lot of controversy about issues not within our jurisdiction and whether or not they go into the bill. What has to happen on that is the committees of jurisdiction have to agree. Democrat, Republican, House, Senate. You got to get all 4. If you get all 4, great. We're happy to carry it. If you don't, we can't. And I know it's important to you. I know you wish we could, but we can't because we don't have the votes for it. So I hope people understand that as we work with them on those outside issues. Lastly, I do want to address the vaccine issue. And I want to make a couple things perfectly clear. Number one, the policy that the Department of Defense put in place in August of 2021 requiring service members to be vaccinated was the absolute right policy. It saved lives and it improved readiness for the United States military while it was in place, because it was absolutely clear that that vaccine made an enormous difference in protecting people from the disease. It was the absolute right policy. That's number one. Number two, service members who refused to follow that order had to be disciplined. Orders are not optional in the United States military. You cannot function that way, and we are not going to undo that. But number three, right now, today, December, whatever, in 2022, a policy that says you have to have gotten the first shot. And that's what the policy is that we're undoing in this bill. It says that you have to have gotten that first shot way back in 2021, either one Johnson & Johnson shot or the 2-shot Pfizer-Moderna deal. Right now, the science does not support that that makes you any safer today. It just doesn't. I urge the Department of Defense to go back now and look at that policy and think about what the right and best policy would be. But it does make sense to repeal that order from August of 2021. Personally, I would have preferred the Department of Defense do it on their own rather than the legislature telling them to, but since they didn't, I think this makes sense, and I think we ought to do it. Again, let me just conclude by saying this has been an excellent process. We have a nearly 4,000-page bill that exercises the authorizing and oversight authority of the United States Congress on behalf of the American people. We did it very well. We have accomplished a lot in this bill. I think every member of this body can vote for it and feel really good about that. So I urge you to vote yes, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 776, James Inhofe National Defense Act, providing the authorities and resources our warfighters need to defend our nation and defeat our adversaries is the greatest responsibility that we have in this Congress. We fulfill that responsibility with this NDAA. We put our service members first, providing a 4.6% pay raise and expanding benefits for military spouses and families. To counteract the effects of record inflation on our military families, this bill increases housing allowances and lowers prices at commissaries, which offset the skyrocketing costs for rent and food. And it expands eligibility for low-income military families to receive additional allowances to cover basic needs. This bill also ends the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. The mandate has been needlessly forcing out thousands of talented and experienced service members. I'm pleased we reached an agreement on this. This bill also focused on ensuring our warfighters are the best equipped and trained in the world. We increased funding for readiness, reversing cuts in military construction and housing projects, expanding training availabilities for service members, and improving the safety of the ships, aircraft, combat vehicles, and facilities where our warfighters serve. We also divest of over $6 billion in legacy systems that do little or nothing to deter China or other adversaries. We reinvest those savings in emerging technologies such as AI, quantum computing, hypersonic weapons, and autonomous systems. These are the technologies we need to ensure our warfighters prevail in future battlefields. The threats against us are rapidly evolving. H.R. 7776 is laser focused on preparing our military to counter threats from China and other adversaries. It makes critical investments in new systems capable of surviving in contested environments. It includes provisions that will further harden our supply chain and industrial base against infiltration from China. And it reaffirms our support to allies in the region, especially Taiwan. Finally, it strengthens our European alliance as these democracies face grave threats from that crackpot in the Kremlin. I'm very proud that we have once again come together in a bipartisan, bicameral fashion to fulfill our constitutional duty and produce a fiscal year 2023 NDAA. I urge all members to support it. And I also want to, like the chairman, I want to thank our staff for doing an incredibly good job of helping pull this together. And I couldn't have a better partner in running this committee than Chairman Smith. So thank you very much for your leadership, Mr. Chairman, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 3316, an act to provide for certain whistleblower incentives and protections in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Speaker, I am now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, the chair of the Subcommittee on Cyber, Innovative Technology, and Information Systems, Mr. Langevin.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of this year's National Defense Authorization Act. I want to begin by thanking Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Rogers, and Ranking Member Banks for their leadership on this critical legislation. As chairman of the Cyber, Innovative Technologies, and Information Systems Subcommittee, I am proud of all the work that we've done in this year's bill, from cyber to research and development to artificial intelligence, as well as our efforts to combat climate change, including shifting toward developing sustainable alternative aviation fuels. It is this subcommittee in particular that works to deliver cutting-edge technologies into the hands of the warfighter. And for the past 22 years, it's been my job to ensure that our troops never enter a fair fight. As I prepare to depart from Congress at the end of this year, I will always cherish the opportunity I've had to work across the aisle to provide for our national defense. I'd like to thank my colleagues and staff, without whom many of these accomplishments would not be possible. But most of all, I'd like to thank each and every service member and civilian who have dedicated their lives to the U.S. military and protecting our way of life. To honor their sacrifice, I urge all of my colleagues to support the NDAA, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my colleague from Colorado, Mr. Lambert.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the incoming chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the James M. Inhofe National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023. As the ranking member of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, there are several provisions I am excited about. The bill directs the establishment of a national hypersonic initiative and requires a strategy to use unconventional capabilities to defeat hypersonic threats. The bill also reverses fully funded nuclear triad modernization, restores funding for the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile, and prohibits retirement of the B-83 gravity bomb. It funds 2 additional Patriot batteries and the Guam Defense System, and advances planning for an East Coast missile defense site. The NDAA also requires a public strategy for the protection of satellites and directing the establishment of resilient and responsive space capabilities. Additionally, it replenishes American stocks of munitions that have been provided to Ukraine and have begun to be depleted. Finally, I'm very supportive of the provision to rescind the COVID-19 vaccine mandates and end separations, protecting the rights of our service members. And I'd like to conclude with one final public thank you to my good friend and colleague, Jim Cooper, for his service and steadfast partnership. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill. The gentleman from Washington.
H.R. 8404, an act to repeal the Defense of Marriage Act and ensure respect for state regulations of marriage and for other purposes.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Connecticut, the chairman of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Courtney.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the bipartisan FY23 NDAA. Madam Speaker, as you know, Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution mandates that Congress, quote, shall provide and maintain a Navy, and the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee's work does exactly that. Our mark increased the number of battle force ships from 8 requested to 11 and invests in the workforce and supply chain necessary for their construction. The bill also authorizes the Maritime Administration for the first time to buy 10 new-build sea-lift vessels to recapitalize our National Defense Reserve Fleet built in American shipyards by American workers. Also included is the first congressional action in support of the AUKUS security agreement between the U.S., Australia, and U.K., which establishes a joint nuclear training for U.S. and Australian naval officers critical for an Australian nuclear-powered submarine fleet of their own. I would like to thank my colleagues on the subcommittee, particularly Ranking Member Rob Whitman, our outstanding staff, Jay Valerio, Kelly Goggin, Dave Sinecki, and Najida Khan, and our defense fellow, Lieutenant Logan O'Shea, all who contributed so much to this measure. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and join Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers in fulfilling our constitutional duty to our nation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my friend and colleague from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Mr. Rogers for yielding. Yesterday, we remembered the 81st anniversary of the bombing of Pearl Harbor. The United States was surprised by the vicious Japanese attack, and our national security was placed in peril. Times have changed, though, and Japan is now the bedrock ally of the United States today. But I can't help but wonder if we learned the hard-learned lessons of Pearl Harbor or whether we are drifting into strategic malaise and will be caught unprepared by another attack on our national security. Frankly, we're not ready. With a Navy fleet that continues to tread water in overall force structure and an Air Force that continues to cede combat firepower, I am not confident on our trajectory. That is why I'm pleased to have rejected a multitude of reckless national security objectives proposed by the Biden administration. This bill authorizes a 20% increase in ship construction, partially rejects an ill-advised divest to invest strategy, and blocks a multitude of poison pills that were haphazardly tacked onto this legislation. While this is a good bill worthy of support, I look forward to the next Congress where we can assert with greater certainty a revised trajectory for our national security. We need to better assure our partners and allies and avoid a pre-World War II hubris by decisively deterring future aggressions. We have much work to do. I want to thank Ranking Member Rogers and his leadership during the top-line debate this year. We are adopting his budget vision today, a vision that ensures real growth for defense. I also want to particularly thank Chairman Smith and Courtney for their desire to reach bipartisan consensus. My friends, this is a good bill that advances the national security of the United States. I urge all members to support the bill, and I thank the gentleman for recognizing me, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee, Mr. Garamendi.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. The Readiness Subcommittee continued its works to make sure that our bases and our personnel are prepared for anything from climate change to floods, fires, housing, and the like. But, Mr. Speaker, as I look at you there on the podium, I'm saddened. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss the work that you have done and the extraordinary efforts you've made over your many, many years. Behind me is another woman who we're also going to miss, Jackie Spear, and Jim Cooper, who is not with us this morning. An extraordinary group of people, the three of you. You have carried this committee. You've carried all of us, and we thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to concur with my friend and colleague from California. You are going to be missed, not only as a member of our committee, but as a member of this body. We have been fortunate to have the privilege of serving with you. And similarly, I'd like to recognize my friend and colleague from Missouri, who is also going to be sorely missed. She's been a very valuable member of our committee for a long time, a leader on our committee. And at this time, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Hartzler.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. It has been the honor of my life to serve on this committee. And I rise in strong support today of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023. And I want to thank you, Ranking Member Rogers and Chairman Smith, for the work in developing this comprehensive bill. And I also want to thank the TAL Subcommittee Chairman, Representative Norcross, for his leadership and collaboration, not only for this NDAA, but over the past several years. This legislation would not have been possible without the hard work and dedication of the entire committee staff, and including Kelly Repair, my Chief of Staff, Chrissy Lee, and Defense Fellow Steve Azab, and I appreciate all of their efforts. The NDAA is always a bipartisan product, and it has been an honor to contribute to the development of these bills for the past 12 years. As ranking member of the Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee, I am pleased this bill reverses President Biden's cuts to our national security and restores funding for the procurement of vital platforms needed to continue to rebuild and modernize our military. Specifically, I'm pleased that this bill authorizes funding for 8 FA-18 Super Hornets to address the Navy's severe strike fighter shortfall, 24 F-15EX aircraft to ensure the Air Force has both the capability and capacity to meet both current and future threats, and continued investments in Army ammunition facility modernization. This has been a top priority of mine since coming to Congress, and I'm pleased at the progress Chairman Norcross and I have made in working with the Army to ensure proper investments are made for our ammunition facilities. Additionally, I'm pleased this bill includes language to protect CID training at Fort Leonard Wood, language to ensure chaplains can use their resources for resiliency and suicide prevention programs, and several programs to combat the threat posed by China. I urge my colleagues to support this with a yes vote. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to recognize the gentlelady from California, the chairwoman of the Personnel Subcommittee, Ms. Spear.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. This NDA moves us forward in reforming the military justice system. We took sexual assault out of the chain of command last year in the NDAA. This year we take sexual harassment out of the chain, and we require trained investigators who will investigate cases outside the brigade. Critical for the safety of military personnel because sexual harassment begets sexual assault. Suicide in the military is a crisis. This year I visited bases in Alaska twice that were hit hard by suicide deaths. This bill expands the military and civilian behavioral health workforce. It authorizes cold weather pay and offers each service member stationed in Alaska a paid trip home in 2023. We need to increase the pay of military child care center workers. We have 19,000 families on waiting lists and are only using a third of the capacity in our facilities. This bill provides for a study. I hope we will do the right thing and make sure that these child care providers are making more than those who are flipping burgers at the local restaurant. This bill also preserves crucial leave and paid travel for service women who must go to another state to receive an abortion. I urge our support for this measure. I thank my committee and the personnel staff.
Gentleman from Washington State reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I do want to say I'm going to miss the gentlelady from California. She's been a great member of our committee and has really championed some important issues that she just addressed, and we'll miss her. I do want to respond to her last remark and make it the point. There's nothing in this bill that authorizes leave and paid travel for service members to get an abortion. There is no policy in place in the department for this. And with that, I yield to my friend and colleague from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly, for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my friend Jim Inhofe, named after him, National Defense Authorization Act, and he also will be missed as a former chairman and ranking member of the Senate Armed Services. I thank Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers for their hard work, and my friend and subcommittee friend Ruben Gallego, who is the chairman of the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations. We've done many things in that area. We've got new authorities for them to operate. We have gotten resources for them to operate throughout the world to help us both in the counterterrorism fight and global power struggle with some of our competitors. Our nation faces unprecedented challenges. I am very proud that this includes the COVID mandate is removed, that we will not be losing any more soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, that we also will not keep to recruiting to stay low, that we will have more people who join in a force that now is not hitting its committing goals. I'm committed to free cost health care for all our service members, which includes our National Guard and Reserve. I also want to thank Ms. Spear, who I served and many times with on the Subcommittee of Military Personnel, and we're going to miss her, and also you, Mr. Speaker. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama Reserve, gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, the chair of the Tactical Air and Land Forces Committee, Mr. Norcross.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and certainly to Chairman Smith and Rogers for what you have done in ushering this through. The Tactical Air and Land Subcommittee portion of this year's NDA manages our nation's security risks and keeps American land and air forces the best in the world. Especially want to thank our ranking member, Mrs. Hartzler, who this will be her last NDA, for her partnership and always putting America above all others. Certainly, this is an issue before us. It's a bipartisan bill, and we have the oversight of many programs, including the F-35, while reducing the risk of the industrial base when it comes to munitions particularly. But I can't adequately express my frustrations, once again, that the Buy American provisions that would have strengthened our industrial base has been left out. Certainly, I do want to thank the professional staff who made it possible for what we do here each and every day, and I want to thank the men and women who maintain this great and build this great industrial base, the finest military in the world. Certainly to my professional staff, Bill, Liz, Heath, Carla, Mike, and Payson, and my staff of Katie and Kevin, it wouldn't be possible. And with that, I yield back and urge a vote for this bill. Thanks.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington State reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to my friend and colleague from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I stand before this chamber today in strong support of this bipartisan defense bill that will help protect this country and take care of the men and women who sacrifice for our freedom on a daily basis. We got a lot of good things done in this year's process. We have an $858 billion top line, an increase of $45 billion over President Biden's defense budget request. We continue to support and improve the lives of our service members and their military families by authorizing a military basic pay raise of 4.6%. We also have $500 million for additional housing allowances to counteract the skyrocketing cost of rent. I also support the repeal of DoD's COVID-19 vaccine mandate. We have a number of provisions looking at improving mental health services for service members and their families, and the conference agreement also reinforces that parents of children attending DoD schools have the right to review curriculum, instructional materials, and disciplinary policies. Also, critically important is ensuring that our professional military education is geared towards warfighting. And I would like to thank the chairwoman, Ms. Spear, for her work with me on looking into the state of our professional military education enterprise and for all the work that we've done together over the last 2 years. And I would also like to end by thanking Mr. Langevin as well for his remarkable service. We worked together on the Cyberspace Solarium Commission, and as I like to say, Jim was sounding the alarm about cyberspace before it was cool, and he was a remarkable intellectual leader in that regard. We're going to miss you all. Thank you very much. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman from Washington State reserves. The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time is left on each side?
Washington State has 9.5 minutes remaining. Alabama has 9 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, the chair of the Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee, Mr. Gallego.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7776, the James M. Inhofe National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023. First off, the bill is a win for service members, providing a 4.6% pay raise, increased funding for basic housing allowances, and improves women's health care. The bill also authorizes a range of critical provisions to address strategic challenges from China and Russia. We provide $6 billion for the European Deterrence Initiative, $800 million for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, and $225 million for the Baltic Security Initiative, all of which is much needed support for Ukraine and our NATO allies and partners. As chair of the Intel and Special Operations Subcommittee, I am proud of the bipartisan work of our subcommittee members, including historic reforms to the Defense Intelligence Enterprise, Special Operation Forces, and our approach to the issue of civilian harm. The bill authorizes up to $50 million to support NATO Special Operations Headquarters, an effort that will improve relationships among Special Operation Forces of NATO countries. It also establishes an oversight framework for information operations, ensuring that Congress is notified no later than 48 hours after DoD approves a new military information support operation. And the bill delivers on our commitment to address civilian harm.
The gentleman is recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It requires the establishment of a Civilian Protection Center and provides $25 million to implement the Civilian Harm Mitigation Response Plan. Finally, and more importantly, I want to thank my subcommittee ranking member, Trent Kelly, for his contribution to this bill and his strong bipartisanship work. I would also like to thank my staff subcommittee, Shannon Green, Craig Green, Will Braden, and Patrick Nevins, and of course, my MLA, Michelle, and Defense Fellow, Charlie Jewell. It is a good bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington State reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my friend from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today not just to support the NDAA, but some other provisions that are contained therein, one of which is very important to this country as well, and that's the Water Resources Development Act of 2022, or WARDA as we know it. Continuing bipartisan biennial tradition, in May, WARDA 2022 passed the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee by a voice vote. Later in June, it passed this chamber with an overwhelming vote of 384 to 37. Since then, of course, we've been working with our Senate colleagues to finalize this very important piece of legislation. Now, WARDA came together with input from members from all across the country and is an example of what can happen when Congress works together to find solutions for their constituents and the American public. This year's WARDA authorizes several chiefs' reports, studies, and environmental infrastructure projects. It brings focus and priority to many important projects in my home state of North Carolina and throughout the country to better protect our communities from flooding. The legislation also supports fundamental core missions such as navigation and storm damage reduction, which in turn support our economy and help keep the supply chain moving, literally. I'm honored to have had the opportunity to help craft this important bill with critical input from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I especially want to thank Chairman DeFazio and Chair Napolitano, as well as Senate EPW Chairman Carper and Ranking Member Capito for their leadership and work on this vital, very common sense legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I appreciate their doing so. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Virginia, the Vice Chair of the Armed Services Committee, Ms. Laureate.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of this year's National Defense Authorization Act. This is a product of bipartisan work from all across Congress and especially within our Armed Services Committee. It's a historic investment in our defense. I will say that it makes a strong step forward in our important priorities within the Pacific for some of our most challenging areas of the world. The investments in the Pacific, the continuing assistance to Ukraine, and as well as making advances in shipbuilding and preventing the decommissioning of some ships and platforms that remain relevant in this very challenging time. But I will always say that we can and should continue to do more in the future, and I trust my colleagues to make those investments as we move forward. As I wrap up my term here on the Armed Services Committee and in the House, I want to thank both the committee staff on both sides of the aisle as well as my staff in my congressional office and district office for their unrelenting focus on the issues that are covered in the NDAA. I'm proud to say that we had 23 items in this year's bill that do provide significant tangible results for both our national defense, for the Navy, and for the Hampton Roads region. So I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Washington State reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today in support of this legislation. Would like to first thank the chairman and the ranking member for focusing our efforts with this piece of legislation on the threats, the most complex threat environment that we've faced, I believe, in our history, and getting rid of things that distracted us, like a vaccine mandate, where we saw elite military forces having to make a choice that I believe was unconstitutional, and I believe that focus is so necessary right now. For those that are in Killeen, Texas, in the Fort Hood area, which is home to the largest active duty armored military installation in the free world, you have much needed military construction funds that are coming to you to enhance your readiness. For those at Goodfellow Air Force Base, we're proud of the 12,000 airmen, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Guardians that are trained there every year in the preparation of intelligence. We have to remain focused. It is a complex threat environment. I urge my colleagues to support this piece of legislation in the most solemn duty that we face, which is supporting our military men and women and their families. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, the chairman of the Transportation and Infrastructure Full Committee, Mr. DeFazio.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, today is a historic day for water resources and bipartisan bicameral work in the Congress. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a joint explanatory statement to accompany the Water Resources Development Act of 2022 and a letter to Chairman Smith. This bill makes history as the 5th consecutive water resources development bill, the first time in the history of the United States Congress this has been done. It authorizes 25 construction reports to the Chief of the Corps of Engineers, essential to Portland, Oregon, Tacoma, Washington, Selma, Alabama, and right here in Washington, D.C. The bill also meets the challenge of climate change, even though some deny it exists, by rebuilding and maintaining critical navigation jetties, breakwaters to dimensions necessary to address sea level rise and extreme weather events, impacts of coastal storms, inland flooding. It also addresses future water supply needs in the arid West and works to make communities more resilient. For the first time in over a decade, significantly expands the Corps' environmental authorities to assist more communities in addressing their drinking water and wastewater needs. Finally, it also includes the Don Young Coast. I thank the
gentleman is recognized for additional
the Don
30
Young
seconds.
Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022, authorizing $13.6 billion and $14.5 billion for the next year for much-needed shoreside infrastructure. It also authorizes a 3rd polar security cutter. The Russians have 20 icebreakers. The Arctic is opening up. We need a 3rd cutter, and then we need the smaller cutters. I want to thank Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Graves, Chair Napolitano, Ranking Member Rouser, and Ranking Member Gibbs, and all of my staff for their tremendous work on this committee. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Washington State reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. DeFazio on those icebreakers. It's just inexcusable. We don't have that capability. But with that, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to reserve. I reserve until the chairman is ready to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, I know how hard you work. I would have preferred the mark of the president's budget, but this is hard fought and hard won. Let me thank you for the raise that has been given to our service workers, their housing allowance, Let me thank you for this important research strain to the historically black colleges for Ukraine. Let me also thank you for what we have fought for in the name of Vanessa Guillen, and that is a new protocol for the sexual assault that occurs in our armies and navies and other branches. Let me not point out a particular one. But let me also stand on this floor and say that hostage Brittany Griner has come home. And that is a testament to what America is all about. And I want to thank all those who played a role and indicate that as she has come home and her family is ecstatic, I want to make sure that we know a former Marine, Paul Whelan, should be brought home as well. But thank you, President Biden, for working on making sure there is an authorization bill that really responds to the people of the United States military. I'm delighted of the amendments dealing with breast cancer that I offered in, $10 million for triple-negative breast cancer. I'm delighted for the PTSD funding, $2.5 million that I offered as well.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
And to ensure that the people of the military are taken care of, I ask my colleagues to recognize the importance. Thank you. Brittany Griner is home. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Washington State reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
We are, I believe, out of speakers. Ready to go. So we're. What the hell you want to do about that?
They'd have the same problem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
There are so many people to thank in this process, and we've done that. And there are a number of members who are leaving the committee, staff members who are leaving as well. But I do want to take just a moment to thank 3 members in particular on the Democratic side. Certainly Mr. Langevin, who is presiding over this appropriately, Ms. Spear and Mr. Cooper, who are 3 subcommittee chairs. During the 4 years that we were in the majority, all 3 chaired subcommittees and delivered as much consequential legislation on the Armed Services Committee as I've seen. The leadership on all the different areas has been just invaluable. Will be very, very difficult to replace. Certainly, Jim's leadership on cyber, on Intel, on this, innovative technologies. The only thing about it is, your subcommittee is a mouthful to keep up with. I just say city, but try to remember what exactly it all stands for. But it's information technologies, it's cyber, it's the guts of what makes our national security apparatus run, basically. The information systems that we have to make sure they are robust, effective, and protected. You did the leadership and the understanding you have of those issues. I yield myself an additional 30 seconds. Is unbelievable. Mr. Cooper, of course, more than anything, brought us the Space Force, and his leadership on space has been invaluable. And Ms. Spear's leadership on personnel. I cannot imagine a more tenacious advocate for protecting the men and women who serve our military than Jackie Spear. Her leadership has delivered real results and really made a very strong statement. All 3 of you will be sorely missed. And with that, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding, and thank you for your tremendous leadership to protect and defend the American people and our Constitution. Thank you for your kind words about my colleague representing San Francisco, Jackie Spear, for her leadership on behalf of the men and women in uniform. And you, Mr. Speaker, thank you. What an honor it is to speak on this important legislation with you in the chair, a champion for the security of the American people, whether on the Armed Services Committee, the Intelligence Committee, other initiatives, whether it's cybersecurity or the rest. You have been a leader. You've taught us a lot about your areas of expertise and more. And because of you, we were able, on one of the anniversaries of the ADA, to change the infrastructure of the House so that you could preside. You were the first to preside, and now, as we come to the end of your service and your leadership in the Congress, not in the world, that you should be in the chair is an honor for all of us. You bring honor to this Congress, to that position, and I thank you for your service and your leadership, Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this year's strong bipartisan bicameral National Defense Authorization Act, the foundation of America's national security priorities. This legislation honors our fundamental charge under the United States Constitution to provide for the common defense. That's why Democrats have fought tirelessly to invest in our nation's greatest sources of strength, from our heroic servicemen and women and their families to promoting American leadership around the globe. Thanks to the distinguished chair of the Armed Services Committee, Adam Smith, as well as the ranking member, Mike Rogers, and all the members of the committee and staff for your tireless work assembling this bipartisan, bicameral legislative package. That makes it stronger, its bipartisanship. I'd just like to say some of the things that are in the legislation, because as our country grows and our needs are greater, the cost goes up as well. But how those resources are prioritized is very important for our colleagues who are making the vote, our public to whom we are accountable, to understand our definition of strength. And that starts with a deeply deserved 4.6% pay raise to help ease the sting of inflation for our men and women in uniform. We're also empowering the Pentagon to raise the basic housing allowance, bringing down food prices by directing more funding to commissaries, and expanding support for child care services. So that meeting the personal needs of our personnel is so very important, and this legislation does just that. Building on the sweeping progress in last year's NDAA to combat sexual assault in the military, this year we require independently trained investigators outside the immediate chain of command to investigate claims of sexual harassment as well. And our colleague Jackie Spear was so important in all of that. And importantly, we blocked an anti-choice demand to eliminate the right to travel to access legal abortion for service members stationed in a state that criminalizes reproductive health. Because for Democrats, health freedom is a value for every woman everywhere. Additionally, this legislation delivers a record amount of funding for research and development at America's HBCUs and steers additional funding to other minority-serving institutions. This is so important because Democrats and now Republicans know that we must build a diverse, inclusive national security workforce, one reflective of our nation. By investing in these essential engines of opportunity, we expand the talent pipeline and make sure our nation's brightest minds will help solve our toughest national security challenge with inclusiveness, with diversity, with our best. At the same time, we're investing in America's global preeminence. It's a national security imperative to honor our troops with cutting-edge technologies, equipping them to tackle complex 21st century threats. You know this so well, Mr. Speaker, as does our chair and ranking member. And we are harnessing the power of clean energy to ensure that our defense facilities and vehicle fleets are resilient to climate change. Meanwhile, we are nurturing a growing semiconductor industry, which we reinvigorated earlier this year with the CHIPS and Science Act. Now the NDAA will require government contracts to use chips that were made in America, creating good-paying jobs here at home, securing our supply chains, and bolstering our economic competitiveness. This year, NDAA also makes robust progress to promote American leadership in the global arena. The safety of families here at home depends on international security and stability. So with this legislation, we ensure that America and our allies maintain a military and qualitative edge in strategic regions across the world, investing more than $11 billion in the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, more than $6 billion for the European Deterrence Initiative, and further support for Ukraine's fight for freedom through Ukraine Security Assistance Act initiative. Indeed, Democrats know that the security of our nation is not only measured in our military might, but in the health, strength, and of our well-being and the respect we have for our partners. And as I draw to conclusion, I didn't say close, I just want to salute the people of Ukraine for their courage, to President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine for fighting for their democracy. They're fighting for ours, and the democracies, their neighbors in Europe as well, and really throughout the world. So we have a moral responsibility as well as a practical one to support our Ukraine initiatives. Importantly, there are two additional provisions the Democrats fought to attach to this legislative pact. The first is a version of Federal Firefighters Fairness Act, a long-sought Democratic priority to make it easier for federally employed firefighters who contract certain diseases to qualify for federal workers' compensation. I call our firefighters our nobility. They risk their lives, putting their lives on the line to protect our families, our homes, our communities from devastation. With this provision, we take another step to deliver the benefits they are entitled to, that they have earned. The second initiative and very consequential is the Oceans Package. It's a very important, and I understand bipartisan initiative, closely negotiated with military leaders. This bipartisan legislation is a force for America's national security and economic competitiveness. 4 in 10 Americans live in coastal counties, and the well-being of every family depends on strong, secure water sources. By taking action to conserve our oceans, coasts, and Great Lakes, we are protecting jobs and businesses, ensuring resilient access to clean water, and preserving invaluable aquatic life and their natural habitat. Our military leaders repeatedly have told us that the climate crisis is a top threat facing our nation. The climate crisis is a security issue. So we are also modernizing the NOAA Corps and securing more Hurricane Hunter aircrafts to help protect communities from extreme weather and climate disaster. Mr. Speaker, today we are confronting threats to democracy here and around the world. Again, I want to, in closing, once again salute President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine. Their fight for democracy is ours as well. We have not only a moral, but also a strategic responsibility to continue to support their fearless fight as we do in this legislation. In order to uphold our sacred responsibility to ensure that Americans are safe and America is secure, I urge a strong bipartisan vote for the NDAA. Then we will send it to the Senate and on to the President to become the law of the land. My understanding is that there is agreement between the House and the Senate in a bipartisan way as we send this on. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for your great leadership in all of this. On a separate note, we're overjoyed that Brittany Griner is on her way home after the President's tireless focused work to secure her release. Earlier today, we passed the Marriage Protection Act, and we are so happy that she will be joining her wife when she comes home. On a separate note, again, the Congress remains firmly committed to supporting the administration as it continues to work to secure the release of Paul Whelan and all those who Putin has unjustly detained. I just saw in the news as I was coming over here that Paul Whelan said the president made the right decision to get Brittany, trade for that, and then keep the focus to get him to be free. With that, again, I salute the Chair and Chair Smith, Ranking Member Rogers for their great leadership in accomplishing a bipartisan, strong bill that, again, keeps our country strong and measures our might in terms of our hardware, of course, but also in terms of the people who keep us strong. We're deeply in their debt. With that, I urge a strong bipartisan vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Washington State reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to close by thanking Chairman Smith. There's no better partner that I could have, and I'm grateful for his leadership. I also want to thank Chairman Reed and Ranking Member Inhofe. As many know, Jim Inhofe is retiring at the end of this Congress. throughout his decades of service, he has been a consistent champion for our men and women in uniform. It was very fitting and appropriate that we named this year's NDAA after Jim Inhofe. Finally, I want to thank our staff on both sides of the aisle for their tireless work on this product. I want to thank the staff of Legislative Council and the CBO for their tremendous contributions as well. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the 81st anniversary of the devastating attack on Pearl Harbor. In its aftermath, we built the strongest military in the world with a mission to protect the greatest nation on earth. This bill before us today will ensure our military can continue to carry out that sacred mission. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of our time. And really, I can't say it any better than the Speaker said. I think that was just an outstanding summary of the work we've done, why that work matters, and of the policy that we've put forward here. Once again, we've come together in a bipartisan, bicameral way to pass an excellent piece of legislation that reflects our values and supports the men and women who serve in our military. It gives us the opportunity to meet our national security requirements. It's been an outstanding process with pretty much everybody in this body participating in it to one degree or another and producing an outstanding product. So I will just close by urging members to all vote in favor of the National Defense Authorizing Act for 2023. I thank everyone for their work, and I urge a yes vote. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington State yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1512? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the resolution. For the what purpose, the gentleman from Washington State?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules and agree to the Resolution 1512 will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules and pass S 1619. This is a S 1617. This will be a 15-minute vote. For what purpose, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. Resolution 1512.
Services, gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yes on H-Res 1512.
For what purpose the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Axney, Mr. O'Halloran, Mr. Kildee, Mr. Sean Patrick Maloney, and Ms. Dingle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1512.
Do I need to say anything after? For what purpose the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rupersberger pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote yes on HRES 1512.
For what purpose the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Dina Titus, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Mr. Bill Pascrell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1512. Designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter Welch, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote no on HRES 1512.
Florida. For what purpose the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on House Resolution 1512.
Purpose the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote yea on HRES 1512. Thank you.
For what purpose the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House Mr. Baird will vote yea on HRES 1512.
For what purpose the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Meeks, I inform the House that he will vote yes on HRES 1512. As the member designated by Representatives Khanna and Carolyn Maloney, I inform the House that they will vote no on HRES 1512.
For what purpose the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Grace Napolitano, Eric Swalwell, Mary Peltola, Kai Kahale, Henry Cuellar, and Tim Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1512. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress member Marie Newman, inform the House that Ms. Newman will vote no on HRES 1512.
For what purpose gentle lady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gomez of California, I inform the House that he will vote no on HRES 1512.
Gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lofgren, I inform the House that Ms. Lofgren will vote yes on HRES 1512.
For what purpose gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated for Ms. Jamie Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on HRES 1512.
For what purpose gentle lady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on HRES 1512.
Over here. For what purpose gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yea on HRES 1512.
For what purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that Mrs. Wasserman Schultz will vote yea on HRES 1512.
For what purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on HRES 1512.
For what purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on HRES 1512.
For what purpose the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, Mr. Long of Missouri, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that these members all will vote yea on HRES 1512. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on HRES 1512. Thank you.
For what purpose the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Lingerman, as the member designated by Mr. Burgess of Texas, informed the House he will vote yes on Bill 1512, and also as a member designated by Paul Gosar of Arizona, Tom Rice of South Carolina, and Louis Gohmert of Texas, they will all vote no on 1512.
For what purpose the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Congressman Mike Johnson, Louisiana, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on HRES 1512.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Nels of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will vote nay on HRES 1512.
For what purpose the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho 2nd District pursuant to House Resolution 8, and for the House, that Mr. Simpson will vote yes on HRES 1512. Also, Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bill Johnson of Ohio's 6th District pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Johnson will vote yes on HRES 1512.
For what purpose the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that she will vote nay on HRES 1512.
The gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Budd of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Budd will vote aye on HRES 1512.
For what purpose the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated, Mr. Neal, Mr. Liu, Ms. Wexton, and Mr. Rush. I inform the House that these four members will vote yes on HRES 1512.
For what purpose the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on HRES 1512.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on H.R. 1512. I just have Karen, right?
Men from Rhode Island seek recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that she will vote no on HRES 1512. I also inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote no on HRES 1512. I also inform the House that Ms. Beatty will vote yes on HRES 1512, and that Ms. Hayes will vote yes on HRES 1512.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1512. As a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, I inform the House that this member will vote no on HRES 1512. I voted.
On this vote, the yeas are 350, the nays are 80, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended and the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentle lady from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 1617, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 1617, an act to modify the requirements for the administrator of the Small Business Administration relating to declaring a disaster in a rural area and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, Ms. Bass of California, Ms. Jayapal of Washington, and Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-1617.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Utah seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on S-1617.
For what purpose, the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Axney of Iowa, Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, Mr. Kildee of Michigan, Mr. Maloney of New York, and Ms. Dingle of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-1617.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on S-1617. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, and Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will all vote yea on S-1617. Thank you.
Purpose, the gentleman from Pennsylvania
Mr.
seek
Speaker,
recognition.
as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform Ms. Lawson vote yes on 1617.
Recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yea on S-1617.
For what purpose is the gentle lady from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Carolyn Maloney, Ro Khanna, and Gregory Meeks, I inform the House that they will vote yes on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote yea on S-1617. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Williams of Illinois and Representative Representative Williams of Georgia and Representative Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Ms. Jamie Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Barr of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Barr will vote aye on S-1617.
I'll do him. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that Mrs. Wasserman Schultz will vote yea on S-1617.
tapped him and said, "You have the count."
Gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the designee of Mr. Paul Goes of the great state of Arizona, Louis Gomer of the great state of Texas, the Paul of Tom Rice of South Carolina, and Michael Burris of Texas, I inform the House they will all vote yes on 1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Zolofgren, I inform the House that Ms. Lofgren will vote yes on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S-1617.
Virginia. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kind, Mr. Rush, Chairman Neal, Mr. Liu, and Ms. Wexton, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on Senate Bill 1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Presley, Ms. Hayes, and Ms. Beatty, I inform the House that those 4 members will vote yes on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution A, and inform the House, Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 1617. Also, Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Bill Johnson of Ohio's 6th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House, Mr. Johnson will vote yes on Senate Bill 1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Donald Payne, Peter Welch, Gina Titus, Mike Doyle, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Bill Pascrell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Grace Napolitano, Eric Swalwell, Mary Peltola, Kai Cahaley, Henry Cuellar, Tim Ryan, and Marie Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Nels of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will vote yea on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as the member designated by Mr. Gomez of California, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S-1617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Congressman Mike Johnson of Louisiana, I inform the House that Congressman Johnson will vote yes on S-1617.
yet? One up, one up. One on deck. Someone's on deck. For what purposes, gentlemen from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rupersberger, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote yes on S1617.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on S1617.
The yeas are 406. The nays are 8. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes do gentlemen from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a concurrent resolution and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
No. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 121, concurrent resolution directing the Clerk of the House of Representatives to make a correction in the enrollment of the bill, H.R. 7776.
Is there objection to the consideration of concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to consider is laid on the table. Members, I'll ask that you take your conversations to the rear or outside. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share a good news story from McGregor School in Toledo, Ohio. For her 4th grade Class Ends of the Year project, a 10-year-old student named Brooklyn dressed up as me, read up on congressional history, and shared all that she had learned with her fellow students about Congress. Just recently, I had the pleasure of visiting Brooklyn and her fellow students to hear all about how their 5th grade year is going. So what a surprise it was to open my mailbox the other day and discover so many thoughtful handwritten notes mailed to me by these wonderful students. I saw close up firsthand how bright, artistic, and precocious our aspiring generation in America really is. One young man named Henry wrote, quote, "I decided to write this letter because no one is going to tell me not to," unquote. This moment of winter wonderment is a good time to take stock of all that has occurred over the past year. And as we enter this holiday season, I'm reminded of so many very kind people for which I am grateful, particularly the joy of the children at McGregor Elementary School in Toledo, Ohio. Happy holidays to all, and may the upcoming year bring endless joy and light. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Coach Sherry Campbell of Clarion, who was inducted into the Pennsylvania Volleyball Coaches Association Hall of Fame for 2022. Coach Campbell has a distinguished career of leading women's volleyball teams to victory as coach of both the Clarion Area Bobcats and the Clarion Limestone Lions volleyball teams. Coach Campbell has also had a uniquely impressive coaching record, earning 437 wins for her team out of 507 games. Additionally, Sherry Campbell's teams have won 3 PIAA state championships in 2012, 2020, and 2021. Sherry Campbell got her start in 1990 as a junior coach at Juniata College in Huntington, Pennsylvania. She later became an assistant coach at St. Bonaventure University in Allegheny, New York. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Coach Sherry Campbell on her outstanding achievement, and most importantly, I want to thank her for being a coach and a mentor for young women of Clarion. Her commitment to her students is not just demonstrated by her record of wins, but also by her dedication and commitment to seeing her players succeed on and off the courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank a member of my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs who will not be continuing with us into the next Congress. Casey Stenger has served our committee both as a clerk and a research assistant. And during her time on staff, she has always showed a willingness to go the extra mile, to take on any job that needed doing, and to do so with incredible attention to detail. Her work proved invaluable to many of the committee's oversight investigations. And through long days and hard projects, Casey brought a sense of humor and a Texas charm to everything she did. The work of my committee, this Congress, and our government to honor and to support our veterans was made better by Casey's service, and she will be deeply missed. I now yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Question unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We learned this morning of a prisoner swap with the Kremlin, basketball star Brittany Griner for the merchant of death, Victor Boot. Left behind once again by this administration was Michigander Paul Whelan. While we rejoice with the Griner family, Paul's parents, constituents in my district, will soon have their fourth Christmas without their son. Paul's family is doing their best to stay upbeat and is genuinely happy for the Griner family, as we all are. But it's hard to fathom the magnitude of disappointment with this latest lopsided swap. We are keeping the Whalens in our prayers, just as we are keeping up the pressure. For years now, I have spoken about Paul's wrongful imprisonment on this floor. I was hoping the next time would be to celebrate his release. Sadly, it is not. So today, once again, it's time for Paul Whelan to come home. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection.
I rise today to recognize the work of and to wish a happy birthday to Allentown's outgoing state senator, Pat Brown. Over the span of his 28 years in public service, Pat Brown represented the Lehigh Valley in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives and in the Senate, ascending to chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee. While we did not agree on every issue, Senator Brown's dedication to Allentown's school district and the city's revitalization earned him popularity with Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, something that is altogether too rare in today's political environment. It has been an honor to work with his office over the past 4 years to bring resources to our community, and I thank him for his service and again wish him a very happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ross Shepard for his recent selection to the Georgia 40 Under 40. Ross is a successful real estate agent who wants to help buyers and sellers understand the value that historic preservation brings to the housing markets. While many people view historic preservation and real estate development as conflicting ideals, Ross sees it differently. His desire to show people that preservation is a sustainable economic path for real estate has led him into philanthropic pursuits. A member of the Georgia Trust and Historic Savannah Foundation, a board member of Georgia's Old Capitol Heritage Center, and a former board member of the Flannery O'Connor Foundation, Shepard's passion for preservation is a leading force in his life. He has renovated and rehabilitated several historic homes, with one of his projects being featured on HGTV's Life Under Renovation. He was chosen as Humanitarian of the Year by his alma mater, Georgia College, and is endowed a scholarship there. Ross resides in Savannah's landmark historic district, one of the most beautiful parts of Georgia's 1st District. He leads a life dedicated to showing others the beauty that lies beneath the surface of championing historic preservation. I, on behalf of the entire 1st District of Georgia, congratulate him for his outstanding service to this state and his selection to the Georgia 40 Under 40 list. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
This summer, I officiated my brother's wedding, and it was one of the proudest moments of my life. The love that Dylan and Kay share is incredibly special, and it deserves to be celebrated, recognized, and protected. That's why I'm so grateful to have voted for the Respect for Marriage Act, to honor their and so many other marriages that have been created and affirmed in the 7 years since the landmark Obergefell ruling. This means so much not only to my family, but to the LGBTQ+ communities in San Diego and across the country. This bill will take the Discriminatory Defense of Marriage Act off the books, so it no longer poses an existential threat to LGBTQ+ families. It will protect marriage equality so that a valid marriage in one state is recognized by all other states. And importantly, it will protect kids from discriminatory state laws and ensure that LGBTQ+ families can stay together. With the passage of this bill, Our government is finally catching up to the American people. This is long overdue, but it's no less meaningful for my brother and sister-in-law and hundreds of thousands of other LGBTQ+ marriages across the country. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join the Whelan family to urge the Biden administration to get Marine veteran Paul Whelan safely home from being held hostage and wrongfully detained by Russia. While we are glad to welcome Brittany Griner safely home to her family, to make it happen, the Biden administration ceded leverage and released a dangerous convicted arms dealer who was in prison for conspiring to kill Americans. This poses tremendous national security risks and will embolden Vladimir Putin to take more Americans hostage in the future. Meanwhile, Paul Whelan and other wrongfully detained Americans remain imprisoned. I will continue to fight for their safe return home. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Rise and extend my remarks for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Today, I cast one of the proudest votes I will ever cast in this body. I was a yay on the Respect for Marriage Act. When I was elected to this body, I became one of the first 2 openly gay black members ever to serve in Congress. Growing up closeted, I never imagined Congress would pass a bill like this or that I would be in a position to introduce it with Representative Nadler. I was too young to remember Congress passing the Defense of Marriage Act, but I know exactly where I was when the Supreme Court struck it down in United States v. Windsor. I had just graduated law school and I was studying for the bar exam. And at the time, because of moderates like Justice Kennedy, I still had faith that the Supreme Court was committed to protecting my basic civil rights as a gay American. That was a different Supreme Court than the one we have today. The far-right supermajority on the court is on a rampage against fundamental rights. As members of the LGBTQ+ community prepare to face the worst assault on our rights in a decade, Congress must do whatever it takes to protect our humanity. This bill is a great first step. It ensures that the federal government will not discriminate against same-sex and interracial couples who have been legally married. But Congress must also pass other legislation to ensure marriage equality as the law of the land. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by simply saying that I'm very grateful to this Congress and to be in this place. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address House 1 minute and rise to remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. In 2019, Hunter Biden foolishly abandoned a laptop at a computer repair store, a laptop that revealed Joe Biden was fully aware of his son's corrupt foreign business dealings. Not only that, but Hunter's business also profited President Biden financially and influenced foreign policy. But the American people weren't allowed to know this before electing Joe Biden to the presidency. Why? Because Twitter, one of the most influential distributors of content in the world, deliberately and arbitrarily suppressed news coverage to suit the political persuasions of its employees. We have undeniable proof that big tech censored bad press of the Biden administration right before the 2020 election and may have even profited from doing so. This despicable collusion between liberal politics and social media put on full display in the Twitter files must end. Informed voters, not biased Twitter truth manipulators, must decide the outcomes of elections. We will never know how many voters would have changed their mind if they knew the corruption of the Biden family and their activities. Suppression of information is the real threat to our republic, not asking questions. Now that Republicans are back in the majority in the House, we will investigate this interference and hold big tech, the FBI, and the Biden family accountable.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Revise and extend my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank this body in full support of course, H.R. 8404, the Respect for Marriage Act. I was so proud to support this bill and thank my good friend and colleague, Chairman Nadler, for his leadership, of course, David Cicilline, and the Speaker for bringing this important bill to the floor. Today I voted to protect marriage equality across the country. Following the Supreme Court's shameful decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, right-wing extremists who have been visibly organizing for decades to curtail hard-won rights have set their sights on other freedoms. We cannot let Justice Clarence Thomas even consider overturning the constitutional right to marriage equality. What is coming next? Today, the Bipartisan Respect for Marriage Act will enshrine marriage equality into federal law. As one of the founding members of the Equality Caucus with my good friend Congressman Barney Frank, today I'm reminded of Martin Luther King's profound insight when he said that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. And I want to thank all of those who voted for this. This is a historic day, and we did the right thing. Thank God we're moving forward in this country. Thank you again.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many wonderful people who work in and around the House to help us do the people's business. Some are very visible and some are less so. Often the less visible are some of the most valuable in many ways. One of those people is Patricia Pat Smith, who's a true patriot and works hard every day to serve others. Miss Pat prepares and serves food in the Republican cloakroom. She's unfailingly sweet and caring, not only to members, but to everyone. In addition to her service in the House, Miss Pat serves in her church and volunteers on weekends feeding the homeless. She lives her faith every minute of every day. As St. Francis said, preach a sermon every day. When necessary, use words. Miss Pat does not need to use words. She lives the gospel every day. She will soon be retiring, and she will be greatly missed. Congratulations, Miss Pat, on a life well lived. I'll miss you and your example more than you can know. I yield back.
Purposes. You did well. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection.
This is a very historic day. We overturned and dismissed the words of Justice Thomas that the rights of Americans should be denied. We voted for the Respect for Marriage Act that will be signed by the President of the United States. And then, in the midst of darkness, Brittany Griner was swapped and is on her way home. Negotiations by the hostage negotiating team that took months because Mr. Putin would not negotiate. Finding our hostages and bringing them home is not a partisan issue. I love Paul Whelan and his family. We introduced legislation passed by the House that said bring Brittany Griner home and bring Paul Whelan home. I am happy for Sherelle and her mother and father in Houston and Phoenix and the nation and all of the players in WNBA, but we will continue to put the power of the sovereign government of the United States to bring Paul Whelan home, as we did Trevor Wheeler, as we did Trevor Reed, and as we did those who came from Venezuela. Let us unify together.
Gentlewoman's
Let
time
us
has
celebrate
expired.
Brittany and fight to bring Paul Whelan home. And I will yield back my time.
Under the Speaker's rules announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And at this time, prior to going into my message, I'd like to yield such time as he may consume to the Honorable Mark Takano, the pride of California's 41st District and Chair of Veterans Affairs. I yield.
Thank the gentleman from Texas for his generous yield. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank a member of my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs who will not be continuing with us into the next Congress. Toria Sullivan brought a deep passion for helping veterans to my committee and always provided a kind and empathetic ear to those who contacted our office seeking assistance. She brought calm and order to a fast-moving office where the next urgent priority was always right around the corner. She was unfailingly helpful and went above and beyond expectations as part of the committee's communications team. The work of my committee, this Congress, and our government to honor and support our veterans was made better by Toria's service, and she will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise to thank a member of my committee a member of my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs who will not be continuing with us into the next Congress. Dr. Heather O'Byrne Kelly brought 20 years of experience as a psychologist to her critical role with the Health Subcommittee. She spearheaded my committee's work on veterans' mental health and suicide prevention and drafted key portions of some of the most important legislation passed by the committee, including the Veterans Compact Act, the Strong Veterans Act, and the Viper Act. And even as she grappled with incredibly difficult policy challenges, Heather was a joyful presence in our office who made every day better for her coworkers. The work of my committee, this Congress, and our government to honor and support our veterans was made better by Heather's service, and she will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank a member of my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs who will not be continuing with us into the next Congress. Esty LaMonica is an Army veteran who lives and breathes veterans advocacy and who brought deep insight and tireless passion to the committee's efforts to support women veterans. As the lead for the Women Veterans Task Force during this Congress, Esty organized a series of important task force events. The oversight work they undertook will guide the committee's work on behalf of women veterans for years to come, and Esty's commitment to this work will continue to inspire those who worked with them. The work of my committee, this Congress, and our government to honor and support our veterans was made better by Esty's service, and they will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank a member of my committee on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs who will not be continuing with us into the next Congress. Matt Tyrell came to our committee from the Department of Veterans Affairs, and his experience within that organization proved invaluable to our work. He spent months engaging with stakeholders, drafting language, and laying the careful groundwork needed to pass the Honoring Our Pact Act, one of the most important pieces of legislation to come out of this Congress. Even while accomplishing such a Herculean task, he never failed to bring collegiality and good humor to his work. The work of my committee, this Congress, and our government to honor and support our veterans was made better by Matt's service, and he will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank a member of my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs who will not be continuing with us into the next Congress. Peter Tyler is a former member of the Navy Reserve and an experienced Hill staffer who brought considerable skill and oversight experience to my committee. He led many of our efforts to make the Veterans Administration a welcoming place for all who served our nation, and to protect veterans and their families from abusive debt collection practices by improving administrative processes at the VA. Peter's passion for good government shone through in every task he took on for the committee. The work of my committee, this Congress, and our government to honor and support our veterans was made better by Peter's service, and he will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank a member of my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs who will not be continuing with us into the next Congress. Matt Horowitz brought real-world experience about technology and cybersecurity to my committee's work and broadened the scope of our oversight efforts into this important, complex, and often overlooked area. His deep knowledge, patience, and good humor also helped my committee become a model to others as Congress adjusted to the need for remote work and virtual hearings during the pandemic. He expanded the work the committee does and helped us do it better during a very challenging time. The work of my committee, this Congress, and our government to honor and support our veterans was made better by Matt's service, and he will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank a member of my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs who will not be continuing with us into the next Congress. Joel Walsh has been an important part of my committee's oversight and investigations team, and he brought skills to his job that he honed while working as a journalist. His professionalism, writing, and investigation skills and work ethic proved invaluable to the committee as he helped lead hearings and draft important records. Joel's sincerity and good humor made my committee a better place to work and also made our work better. The work of my committee, this Congress, and our government to honor and support our veterans was made better by Joel's service, and he will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Texas for his generosity of spirit and for his collegiality, and I yield to him back the time that the time that I am consuming has now come to an end, and I yield back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, a proud, liberated Democrat, unbought, unbossed, and unafraid to speak truth to power as well as truth about power concerning the topic of slavery and the need for atonement. Let's begin. Let's start with slavery and identify it for what it was. A proper identification of slavery would cause one to conclude that it was truly one of the greatest crimes ever committed against humanity. Slavery was kidnapping. People were stolen from their homes. They were traversed across the oceans. Slavery was murder, because in the process of transferring persons, if they became unruly, unmanageable, they could simply be thrown overboard into the shark-infested waters. In fact, it is said that sharks would follow the ships, knowing that at some point a body might be thrown over that they could feed upon. Slavery was robbery. People had their identities stolen from them. People were put in a position such that they could not know who they were in terms of their connection to the past, and they could not get an education about what the world was all about. Slavery was rape. It was not unusual for the masters to rape the women. It was not unusual for them to father the children, and then for those children to become slaves. Slavery was about the enslavement of babies. What kind of people would do such a dastardly thing as to enslave babies? The people who would do this were the people who didn't see the human beings, the human qualities associated with slavery. They just saw them as chattel, something to be traded, something to be used, and something to be discarded. Slavery was also about forced labor. And I'd like to say more about this topic of forced labor and slavery, because I happen to have the good fortune to be the chair of Oversight and Investigations on the Financial Services Committee, the chair of the subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations. And I serve under the leadership of the Honorable Maxine Waters, who is one of the most courageous members of Congress. Under her leadership, we've had hearings on this question of slavery and how this slavery, this evil, has impacted not only the people of that time when they were enslaved, but also the people of this time. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Speaker should suspense. House should be in order. Member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a very sensitive topic, Mr. Speaker, and it deserves our attention. And for those who desire not to give it attention, there are places for them to have their conversations off the floor. I beg that they would do so. Very sensitive topic. We have held hearings on this topic. And at these hearings, we have discovered that there are institutions that have a historical connection to slavery. These institutions include our mega banks, I'll call them big banks. They include mega insurance companies, I'll call them big insurance companies. These mega banks, these big insurance companies have predecessor institutions, predecessor banks and insurance companies that actually engaged in the slave trade by way of, with banks, insuring slaves as chattel, and the insurance companies would insure them, and the banks would make loans against slaves as chattels. Let me give some examples. One big bank had a predecessor bank that was found to have had a connection to chattel slavery by accepting 8,149 enslaved people as collateral for loans and coming into possession of 437 enslaved people. Another predecessor bank accepted approximately 13,000 enslaved people, 13,000, as collateral for loans, as well as took possession of approximately 1,250 enslaved people upon default. Mr. Speaker, it might be worthy of noting that these predecessor banks were located in our state. I was born in Louisiana. You represent a great congressional district in Louisiana. Predecessor banks that took possession of approximately 1,250 enslaved people upon defaults on loans. Another predecessor bank made a loan of $135,000 to a railroad company to use slave labor. Adjusted for inflation, $135,000 is worth approximately $4,776,840 in 2022. Another predecessor bank accepted enslaved people as collateral in at least 24 transactions, took possession of enslaved people upon default on loans, and engaged in business and investments with the Confederacy that by 1862 exceeded $1.5 million. That amount is worth $44,230,000 in 2022. Mr. Speaker, I cannot in good conscience, as a proud descendant of enslaved people, I cannot in good conscience allow these transgressions to go unchallenged, to allow them to continue without atonement. There are some things that we ought not allow to remain a part of our history without proper redress. The enslavement of people and the profits that were made off of these people as slaves is something that must be redressed. These big banks and these big insurance companies have a duty, responsibility, and an obligation to atone for their connectivity to slavery. As a result, Mr. Speaker, I plan to file a big banks and big insurance companies atonement legislation, a piece of legislation that will address the injustices that were perpetrated upon human beings, the greatest crime against humanity that we call slavery. And this piece of legislation will require these big banks to assess whether their institutions, their predecessor institutions, had direct or indirect ties to or profited from the institution of slavery. We already know that some did. And they will have to issue a report containing all findings and determinations made in carrying out the assessments required, and to the extent the institutions, these big banks and these big insurance companies, identify ties to or profits from the institution of slavery, a disclosure of the steps these institutions have taken to reconcile such profits and ties shall be reported. And this report will be made available to the public, including on a website of each of the institutions making the reports. Further, this legislation will require a fine to be imposed on any institution that fails to issue a report as required, or that reports false, misleading, or inaccurate information on such a report. They shall be fined $20,000 per day until the report is issued properly, or until the report is corrected to not be false, misleading, or inaccurate. Mr. Speaker, this is a part of the process necessary for a great nation, and ours is a great nation, to be an even greater nation after it has properly reconciled for its greatest sin, its seminal sin of slavery. As I have indicated, one of the greatest crimes ever committed against humanity. A crime that has implications on this very day and will have implications on tomorrow in a very negative way. We still have people who are suffering from these crimes that were committed centuries ago. Slavery didn't end all of the suffering. After slavery, we had black codes, which allowed black people to be arrested and then forced to work as persons who were leased. It was called convict leasing. You could be arrested for something as simple as not having a job and then forced to work. Many people worked until they died. Literally, they would work them to death. In Texas, we have discovered a grave of 95 searched people, known as the Sugar Land 95, a common grave with persons who were slave laborers. It didn't end there. Went on to have persons who were discriminated against lawfully in this country because we had segregation. Segregation was another means of maintaining people of African ancestry as second-class citizens, people who were not entitled to the same privileges and opportunities as others. But it didn't end there. We then suffered from, and still to this day, suffer from invidious discrimination. Yes, there are some people who say that it doesn't exist, but it does. There is invidious discrimination in the House of Representatives. Invidious discrimination, discrimination that keeps people from reaching their potential because of who they happen to be. In fact, our failure to recognize marriage, as we have voted to do so today, was a form of invidious discrimination. So it doesn't just consume people of African ancestry. I'm making that the topic today. On some future occasion, I will be talking about the invidious discrimination perpetrated against others. But today, as it relates to African Americans, there is still invidious discrimination in our country. But African Americans were not given the same opportunities to acquire wealth. Over the centuries, we've had circumstances where in this country, you could acquire wealth by simply going out in the West and fencing in as much property as you could, buy a Winchester rifle, defend it, and it was yours. You could simply squat and acquire land. People of African ancestry were not given the opportunity to acquire land in this fashion. When the GI Bill was passed, many people benefited from it. Very few of them were of African ancestry. People who fought, many of them died, but people who fought and survived and came back and could not get the same loans, the same grants, the same opportunities as others. So the opportunity to build wealth has been denied. And that opportunity denied has manifested in a wealth gap that is unimaginable, with black people having pennies on the dollar for the many dollars that white people have in terms of wealth. This wealth gap is something that cannot be ignored, and atonement has to be a methodology by which we achieve a bringing together, a closeness of this wealth gap, closing of the wealth gap, if you will. And until we close the wealth gap, we have to continue to require atonement. Now, there are many people who conclude that atonement and just talking about slavery is something that ought to be against the law. In the state of Texas, they have, in our legislature, imposed a law that, as many read it, would not allow teaching the truth about slavery in schools. There are people who don't want their children to be harmed by hearing about the suffering that people in this country had perpetrated and perpetuated upon them for centuries. They don't want their children to know. They want their children to believe that liberty and justice for all has always applied to all of the people in the country, and it hasn't. They want their children to believe that there's always been equal access to opportunity in this country, which is not true. They don't want their children taught the truth, but the truth is going to be told and taught. The truth will be known. Carlyle was right. No lie can live forever. William Cullen Bryant was right. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again. Dr. King was right. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. The truth will be told. You can't hide it from your children. They need to know the truth. It's only after the truth is known that we can then reconcile and have an even greater country than we have today. The process of reconciliation requires atonement. And for this process of reconciliation, I have legislation pending to have a Department of Reconciliation, a department with a Secretary of Reconciliation, with undersecretaries of reconciliation, who will have the responsibility to wake up each and every day and deal with the racial wealth gap, deal with the invidious discrimination that took place against persons who came here and built the railroads, persons of Asian ancestry, the invidious discrimination that took place with the Trail of Tears, when people were forced to leave their homes, move across the country, and dwell in a foreign place as it related to them. Invidious discrimination to deal with the Latino population that many years ago had land taken from them. Yes, we need a Department of Reconciliation. I have the legislation for such a department. But notwithstanding that, we still need this legislation to deal with the atonement of these big financial institutions that have profited from the labor of human beings who were treated as chattels. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I say every word that I have said today, because I am the proud descendant of these humble hands that helped build this Capitol. The proud descendant of these humble hands that helped build the roads and bridges, laid the foundation for this country. They were the foundational mothers and fathers of this country. And I'm proud to be a descendant of the enslaved people who helped make America great. And I'm proud to say that I think these enslaved people who helped make America great deserve more than being reviled, while the people who tried to maintain slavery are revered. The Confederacy, revered by this House of Representatives. Slavery reviled, the slaves reviled. Why do I say that the Confederacy was revered, or is revered, or has been revered by this House? Because this House of Representatives granted a Congressional Gold Medal to Confederate soldiers. Some things bear repeating. The House of Representatives in this chamber passed legislation to accord a Congressional Gold Medal to Confederate soldiers. We revere the enslavers and revile the enslaved. That has to change. This Congress, or the next, should accord a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved people who built this country. If we can do it for the enslavers, we can do it for the enslaved. I will have legislation before this House to allow each and every person to go on record as to whether you have the courage, the intestinal fortitude necessary to set the record straight, to do the right thing. No, more importantly, to do the righteous thing. Give the people who built this country the same recognition that you gave to the people who would keep them in chains. You'll have your opportunity, dear brothers and sisters. We'll find out whether you put principle above politics, whether you're going to put the Confederacy above the enslaved. We'll find out. And I assure you, the record will be made known. We will know who voted for and who voted against. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order, but some things happen at certain times for reasons. We shall continue after the House is in order.
The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, we will file this legislation. We will give members an opportunity to demonstrate where they stand. Dr. King was right. The truest measure of the person is not where you stand in times of comfort and convenience. When all is well in your world, the truest measure of the person It's where do you stand in times of great challenge and controversy. I plan to bring the time of challenge to the floor of the House. The question is, where will the members of this great House stand? Will members have the courage to accord a congressional gold medal to the enslaved persons? Will members have the courage to pass a resolution asking for a Department of Reconciliation? Will members have the courage to vote for legislation to require these mega banks and mega insurance companies to atone for their connectivity to the greatest crime committed against humanity? We'll find out because the legislation will be presented. And Mr. Speaker, let me close with this. Notwithstanding all that I have said, I still love my country. I still pledge allegiance to the flag. I still sing the national anthem. And I still support those who choose not to say the Pledge of Allegiance and refuse to sing the national anthem. But I do it because I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the words liberty and justice for all, as extolled in the Pledge of Allegiance. I believe that we can be a country of the people, by the people, and for all of the people. And I believe these things in spite of the fact that my country hasn't always loved me as much as I love it. Just celebrated my 25th birthday for the third time. And my country hasn't always loved me as much as I love my country. My country required me to drink from colored water fountains, Mr. Speaker. My country required me to sit in the back of the bus, to sit in the balcony of movies. My country required me to go to back doors and get my food. My country required me to step off the sidewalk when other persons of a different hue passed. I still love my country. I'm standing here today because I love my country and I want my country to live up to the promise made in the Declaration of Independence, the promise made in the Constitution. I want America to be America for all Americans. And until that day, I will still love my country, but I will remain a liberated Democrat, unbought, unbossed, and unafraid to speak truth to power and truth about power. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Under Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, reflecting on my time in Congress and in the Pennsylvania General Assembly makes me think about how blessed I am and we are as Americans. I thank God for giving me the opportunity to serve the outstanding people of Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District and Pennsylvania's 85th Legislative District. I'm also thankful for all the lessons and people who God placed in my life. At a time when I needed guidance, God placed people before me to give me that guidance and that example. And then He gave me the wisdom to accept that guidance and put it to work. My dad, at a very young age, when I was very young, taught me a work ethic second to none. My grandmother taught me the importance of an education and how to be proper. Max Bingaman, owner of Bingaman & Son Lumber in Kramer, Pennsylvania, taught me business and leadership and how to be an adult. And I can't say enough about my wife and her family. My wife and brother-in-law are here today. I am so blessed to have them in my life. But my wife and her family taught me kindness, My mother-in-law, the kindest person I would know, and not many people, or it's not always heard people talking about their mother-in-laws so affectionately, but she was very kind. It's often said that behind every successful man, there's a surprised mother-in-law. That's a little joke of mine that I say. But my wife's family is truly exceptional, and I'm very blessed that I married into that family almost 38 years ago. The list could go on, but the point is no one accomplishes anything alone. America is the greatest country on earth. Nowhere else in the world can a poor kid like me go from picking up aluminum cans along the side of the road to owning his own home, running a business, starting a small business of his own, and get elected to Pennsylvania's House of Representatives or the United States Congress. Growing up, we never were envious. If we wanted something for ourselves, we were taught that we had to work for it. Hard work and education is the way to succeed in America. We knew the American dream was attainable, no matter who you are or what you have. We never used being poor as an excuse. In fact, one of the many things my grandmother taught me at a very young age, I was about 12 and she was about 75, and she sat us down at the table one day. I don't know what we had done, but she sat us down and she said, me and my brother, a year older than I, she sat us down and she said, "Boys, people who make excuses are weak." We never used an excuse. We never let anyone or our government define us. In today's world, if we'd have grown up now, people probably would have tried to define us as at risk or disadvantaged. No, we were just poor. Because if you believe in God and you live in the United States of America, you are not disadvantaged or at risk. I've used the experience growing up and the examples that the many people taught me over my lifetime to shape me into the person and public servant I am today. It has been an honor of my lifetime to represent the good people of Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District over the past few years, and I thank them for having the confidence in me to do that job. Our team worked to hold government accountable, create opportunities for workers and job creators, provide veterans with improved care, expand quality health care for rural communities, support our farmers, and bolster the Commonwealth's natural gas industry. One of the best parts of representing Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District has been traveling the district and meeting the outstanding, intelligent, and hardworking people who live in our communities. That's where the real work happens, and from where the solutions to our problems come. These are the people who make a difference. As politicians, we all go out and we campaign for office, and we all talk about jobs and what we're going to do. And my friend Bob Garrett, the president of the Greater Susquehanna Valley Chamber of Commerce, reminded me one time, he said, Fred, you can't be pro-jobs and anti-business. I think that's a lesson that people in the Beltway could learn, because the job creators are the people, the workers that work in those jobs are the people that put it on the line every day to work and create the wealth in America. I can say with confidence that every day our team brought their voice and the values of the people of PA-12 to Washington, D.C. I'm incredibly grateful and honored for the work that we have accomplished. It is made possible by the integrity, passion, and commitment of our entire team. And what an outstanding group of individuals they are. In fact, our district director and chief of staff is here today, and I just want to give a shout out to Ann Kaufman, who is one of the hardest working, most intelligent people I know. Thank you for your work. John Anzer, Nick Barley's here with me somewhere today. Just great people. But I appreciate that, the passion, the commitment of the entire team. Without their efforts, their contribution, and their service, we would not have been able to serve Pennsylvania's congressional district so well. It would not have been possible. Though I will not be in Congress next year, I'm reminded of a quote from Ronald Reagan. President Reagan said, "There is no limit to what a man can do or where he can go if he doesn't mind who gets the credit." And I see some of my friend, Mr. Kelly. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Representative Miller Meeks. I think I saw somebody else over here. I don't know who it was, but Dr. Fox is here. I mean, great individuals and public servants. But, you know, I would say these are people who have servants' hearts. They are people who have helped me throughout my time in Congress. But to the rest of the people here in the Beltway, you know, America's greatness does not come from buildings and politicians. It comes from her citizens who are guided by our Lord God Almighty. And a personal example I can give to that, I mentioned a gentleman who's meant so much to me in adult life and been there to support my family whenever we needed it. His name is Max Bingaman. Max took this young kid and employed him and taught him business and taught him how to behave and taught him the right things to do. Max, my life is better because of you. Max, our community is better because of you, our Commonwealth and our nation. You have touched so many lives and been a great example to so many people. But take that example of Max Bingaman, and there are many other people that do that. And as I mentioned, it doesn't come from inside these walls. It comes from across our great nation. And we need to make sure that we honor and respect those people for whom we work. While our nation still faces many challenges, I am more confident than ever that we will be successful if we continue to believe in the greatness of the American people, get government out of the way, protect our God-given freedoms, and allow Americans to keep more of their hard-earned money. In fact, they've earned it. I'm often asked what I plan to do next. The answer is, I do not know. Whatever the good Lord has in store for me next, I will build upon the work our team has accomplished to ensure America remains that shining city on a hill that our forebears saw from afar. And it looks like we have some other people. Am I supposed to yield to you now, Mr. Kelly? I yield to the gentleman, my colleague from Pennsylvania.
And I thank my friend. So Fred and I met several years ago. A mutual friend of ours by the name of Tom Marino had been elected and then had decided to leave the Congress. And then we were really fortunate because the person who came in after Tom was Fred. And we formed kind of an instant friendship. And I think a lot of it has to be because of who raised us. Because we oftentimes talk about family. And I was looking at different things that people said over the ages. And this is Thomas Aquinas, 7 centuries ago, summed up what Western civilization understood to be the natural debt of gratitude all human beings owe to God, family, and country. And isn't that the truth on all of us? Who is it that we owe this incredible life we have? Those who came before us. We talk today, and as we talk often, 1.5 million men and women gave their lives. It wasn't so much that they gave time, they gave their lives in order for us to practice this incredible form of government, this representative republic. People often get confused and talk about our democracy, our democracy, our democracy, and we are truly a republic. Then every voice gets heard, and every voice gets counted, and every person gets counted. And I think for my friend and I, we spend a lot of time together. I know when I look up in the gallery, his family is here. And where's Camry? Camry, stand up, honey. You're so little, I can't see you from down here. There she is. She is my favorite source of energy. I've never seen a child with the energy she has. But if you realize, she's just an offshoot of Grandma and Grandpa. So we've had great fun together. But I think more than anything else, when you come to Washington, if you've never been here before and if you've not served public before, one of the things when you come to Washington, you're told right away, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog. Well, for me, it wasn't getting a dog. It was getting a chance to serve with Fred Keller. We do a lot of things together, mostly talk about family and faith and the opportunity we have to serve the people who sent us. It's never about me. It's always about we. It's never about us. It's always about our families. It's about our wives. It's about our children. It's about our parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles. And you talk about your former employers so well. I feel I know Max, although we've never met or never shook hands.
Just from the way you've talked about him, I feel I know who he is, and I know how important he was in the whole being of Fred Keller. This is truly one of the most unselfish men I've ever known. He doesn't come here for himself. He comes here for his family. He comes here for the people he represents. And he comes here for that 1.5 million men and women who've given their lives to give us the opportunity to practice this incredible form of government. I know sometimes we get mixed up about what this is all about, and when we sit here and we say, this is the people's house with the emphasis on the people. It's not Fred Keller's house, it's not Mike Kelly's house, it's not Virginia Fox, it's not Dr. Miller Meeks. It's about the people we represent. And each of us represent about 750,000 people. And I know that every week when we have the chance to come here and share time together and share the opportunity to actually bring about legislation, as do you, Mr. Speaker, we need to take a breather sometime and forget about all the hyperbole and think about all the blessings we have, because there's truly no place else in the world like this. And there never has been, but it's up to us to make sure it's available for that next generation. So when I look up in the gallery, I see Camry up here. Fred doesn't come here for Fred. Fred comes here for Camry and for Carson and for all the other people he represents back in Pennsylvania. And I think that's the beauty of us who are so fortunate and so honored to serve, because it's not about us. It is about our constituents. It is about all those who came before us. I got to tell you, buddy, I hate to see you leave, because we've had a lot of fun together. We share a lot of meals. We share a lot of stories. You're great at entertaining my staff. They get bored with me from time to time. They always say, boy, I hope Mr. Keller stops by today. But we've formed an incredible friendship. I've got to know Fred. I've got to know his wife and his family. He is truly one of the finest Americans you could ever be around. So I want to tell you, it's been a wonderful time. It's been a wonderful life, not to coin any famous movies that we're all favorite of, but I got to tell you, it's been a great time, buddy. And the service you have given to God, to your family, and to your country is immeasurable. We're going to miss you being here, but I know this is not the end of the Fred Keller story. And I'm a phone call away, brother. Anytime you need me, I'm a phone call away. So it's been a pleasure serving with you, and I'm going to yield back my time, but you know what? You've got some fan favorites that are here with you that I think that we should hear from. And one of my all-time favorite people is Virginia Fox, who's sitting beside me. Dr. Fox is one of a kind, and as you know, serving on her committee, just how special she is. But Mr. Keller, if I can say thank you, Mike. Love you, pal.
Love you too, buddy. Love you too.
A true friend, and I have to say about Dr. Fox. I remember when I first got here and they were working out committees, because I came in on a special election, and I had a promise not to create any trouble for Dr. Fox, I think is what it was. But I think what it really meant was, you better work hard. I think that's what it meant. You better contribute, you better work hard. And there isn't anybody that runs a better ship when it comes to making sure that we accomplish the goals on behalf of the people we represent than a great mentor, a great person that has become a friend over the past few years, Dr. Virginia Fox.
Thank you, Congressman Keller. And as we say here sometimes to save time, I certainly want to associate myself with the very eloquent words of Congressman Kelly. He is so good. You see, he needed no notes. He just can come up here and speak without anything. This is a tough day for me to come in and talk about your leaving, Congressman Keller. But, we want to let you know how much we appreciate you, and that's why we're here. One thing I've learned about Representative Fred Keller while serving with him in Congress is that he's someone who always shows up prepared to work on behalf of job creators and workers, and who's committed to upholding the Constitution. And I'm so glad your staff and family are there in the gallery with us today, because I know they've heard positive things about you before, but I think it's helpful for them to hear us come here today in this special place to say these things to you. I've greatly appreciated and admired Fred's strong commitment to conservative principles. As a businessman, job creator himself, he knows the free market works and is dedicated to protecting it. It's clear why Fred recently received the Guardian of Small Business Award from the National Federation of Independent Business. His stalwart defense of limited government and fiscal responsibility will serve as an example to current and future lawmakers alike. Fred has been an important leader on the Education and Labor Committee. As the Republican leader on the Workforce Protection Subcommittee, Fred worked hard to protect the rights of workers and job creators. He was well suited for this function because he has real-world experience in business. Managing a plant of 250 people for 25 years gave Fred the experience needed to serve our country's workforce. The committee and this Congress have benefited from his insight and wisdom. I've also admired Fred's commitment to the sanctity of life, which has been second to none in this body. I'll never forget the story Fred told during a hearing that none of us had ever heard before and were not expecting to hear. But the story was about his son, Freddie, who suffered a traumatic brain injury at a young age. Doctors told Fred and his wife that there was zero chance his son would recover. Despite pressure from doctors, Fred and his wife refused to take their son off life support. Freddie recovered and is now in his 30s working for the healthcare industry. What a victory for a parent's love for their son and the principle of life. But Fred's commitment to life didn't end back in his son's hospital room. It is something he's been dedicated to throughout his life. No matter where he goes, Fred wears a pin on his collar that represents the exact size and shape of a baby's feet at 10 weeks after conception. It's a daily reminder that life is sacred and that it is our duty to protect the most vulnerable. It's no surprise that Fred received the A+ rating from the Susan B. Anthony list on their national pro-life scorecard. And as he said on the House floor, if my time in Congress is to be remembered for one thing, let it be that I fought to defend the sanctity of life. You have certainly done that, Fred. Congressman Keller, we will remember. We will remember that you stood against Democrats' radical pro-abortion agenda. We will remember that you stood up for the conscience rights and religious freedom of healthcare workers. And we will remember that you gave a voice to the 63 million unborn babies killed in the womb before they had voices. Today, when our first freedoms are called into question, we need leaders who will take a stand without wavering and defend our constitutional rights. That's exactly what Fred did when he introduced the Restoring Academic Freedom on Campus Act. Defending the freedom of expression on college campuses is imperative, and I appreciate Fred's work on this issue. The freedom to speak and think freely comes from God. Students should not have to sign away their First Amendment rights after enrolling in college, especially if those institutions accept taxpayer funds. It is time for colleges and universities to be held accountable when they refuse to protect the free speech of students and faculty. I also greatly appreciate how Fred led the Congressional Review Act resolution against OSHA's tyrannical vaccine mandate. Fred used every legislative avenue to help nullify President Biden's emergency temporary standard that would have forced millions of workers to get the COVID-19 vaccine or face losing their job. His commitment to protecting the individual liberties of every American stands out. And when OSHA finally withdrew this authoritarian measure after losing at the Supreme Court, Fred and I celebrated. This is a lesson to us all. Even when the hill is steep, we must fight on. Even in this case, standing up for the Constitution saves so many Americans from being coerced into making a medical decision they were uncomfortable with. We need leaders who have the courage of their convictions. Fred is such a leader. Being a leader means having the prudence also to know which hills to fight on, which hills to abandon, and which hills are worth dying for. I believe Fred and I agree that the preservation of our God-given rights is worth any and every sacrifice. And that is why it's been an honor to serve alongside him. Common cause always creates uncommon bonds, and I'll miss you as a partner. Lastly, Fred has something that far too many of our national leaders lack: humility. Fred has always cared more about service than the spotlight. Saying Fred will be missed is an understatement. He is what every statesman should be: prudent, decisive, and gracious. Congressman Keller, we wish you the best in your future endeavors, knowing that whatever you do next will be in further service to the American people. From a grateful country and from someone who is honored to call herself your friend, thank you for all you've done to protect freedom and constitutional government. You will be missed.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. I certainly wasn't anticipating my friends to be here today, but I do want to say, and you know, Dr. Fox, you are a great example. And of course, we have Representative Miller Meeks here, but I would like to say, Dr. Fox, if I can, as I told my friend Max Bingham when I decided not to run again, I said, Max, I don't have to be elected to serve. Think of all the people that we represent that make a difference every day. When they take a kid like me and invest time and resources in them, and that's what the people across America do. That's what you do. That's what Mike Kelly does. That's what Representative Miller Meeks does. And I will stay in touch with all my friends here that are here to make a difference. So thank you for that. And I will yield to Congresswoman Miller Meeks.
Thank you to my colleague, Representative Fred Keller, for yielding me time to speak. I don't know if I'm going to make it through this without a tear either, Dr. Fox, but I've had the privilege of spending the last 2 years across the hallway in the Longworth building from our colleague, Fred Keller. Throughout that time, I've been lucky enough to get to know Fred and his staff, and each was eager to lend a hand as my own staff and I adjusted to our new office, which was a little bit of a challenge because we had a contest, and so we were a little late adding staff. And I think one of the easiest ways to judge a member of Congress is by their staff and the team that they assemble. And Team Keller has always been helpful, insightful, talented, intelligent, kind, and thoughtful. I also know Fred and his wife when we met for a longer period of time last summer at Nemacolin in Pennsylvania, his home state. And he and his wife and my chief of staff enjoyed getting to know one another. And I got to know Fred as a family man who was elected in a special election as a surprise to his wife when he let her know that he was going to run for Congress, and got to know he and his family, and especially his family members that he would bring up to the Capitol, his granddaughters, who can be found running up on the 7th floor or here in chambers. When I asked his staff about Fred, one of the things they said struck me because it's also the reason that I ran for Congress. Fred wanted to make the American dream accessible to everyone, regardless of their background, their social status, their upbringing, their class, their race, or where they come from. To do so, he spent his days bringing Pennsylvania to Washington and taking Washington back home. He believed, rightfully so, that D.C. could benefit from more hard work and fewer frills. Now, I don't want you to think that Fred's only a serious person, because that would underestimate another part of his personality. I also enjoyed spending time with Fred at the Ed and Labor Committee, and being in the minority is no fun. So once I caught Fred, more than once, thinking out loud and speaking under his breath. And because I sat next to him when we were permitted to do so after the COVID requirements were lifted, I thought he raised some very salient, erudite points. And so, as the next Republican to speak, I added them to my own 5-minute speech. After I finished speaking, Fred turned to me and he said, "You raised some really good points." And I laughed and said, "I certainly hope so. They were the points that you made, and I stole them." He had no idea that he speaks out loud and under his breath, and that I would listen to him and hear him. But that was Fred. He was and is full of great ideas. And we were so very fortunate to have him as a colleague. And I was tremendously saddened the day he announced he would not run for re-election, and that I would miss him as a colleague and as a friend. I really look forward to what's next for Fred, because he will always be in service, and he will always succeed, and he will always be a leader. Because what makes a leader isn't their title, it's not their position, it's not the pin they wear on their lapel. What makes a leader is an individual who, by their example, inspires and motivates others, who challenges others to go beyond what they think is their capacity and reach heights that they did not know they could even reach. Fred does that for his children, for his grandchildren, and for all of us. I have a feeling this isn't the last that we'll see of Fred, and I look forward to future encounters with he and his family. Thank you so much, Fred, for gracing me with all of your intellect, your ideas, your silent comments under your breath, your salient points, and getting to know your family. I yield back.
Thank you. I thank you for that, Dr. Miller-Meeks. You're truly an outstanding individual, a veteran, one of the people that stood on the line to defend our freedom and our way of life. And that's why we're here. So many fought, and so many cared about the idea that's America. And there are so many people that will continue to do that. And for that, I want to tell them thank you. Thank you for your service. I now will yield to my friend and my granddaughter's friend's dad, okay? Olivia's dad. You know, when you have grandkids, you sort of lose your title, but I'll say from Arizona, Congressman Schweikert, I yield you the time that you may need.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you got to admit, yeah, a lot of people love you. It's been fun actually watching them come up to the microphone and say actually sweet things about you. But, you know, the best thing is your granddaughter. My little girl just loves playing with her. You know, and that's something I do hope this body does more of in the future. Our kids, you know, the last couple of years, they haven't been here. And before the pandemic, we would look out and people would have their families here. And I will tell you that helped in the relationships where my little girl would go and jump on Maxine Waters' lap because she loved her necklace. I still have a great picture of that. And till this day, every time I see Maxine, she asks about my little girl. That's in some ways, it's those family units of how you build human relations in this body. So just a thought for, you know, what's left of the majority and those things. We need to sort of think about the things that bind us together once again as people. And I appreciate you giving me a little bit of time here. Speaker Pro Tem, one of the reasons we're doing this is we've been trying to do a series of presentations, and I keep being fussed at I should do them shorter because we're trying to throw out lots of ideas. For the last year, I've been coming behind the microphone and walking through just how terrified I am and how terrified I believe all of us should be on what's going on in the numbers. So we're going to do the routine again, but the beauty here is there's hope, and I'm going to keep bringing ideas that do a couple things. Number one is make us freer, healthier, wealthier, but also show a path that we can grow and we don't have to be crushed by the coming debt. So let's sort of walk through some of this. And we always start with this slide because this one really bothers everyone. This one makes everyone angry, and it's the math. Today we have $31 trillion of debt. Next 30 years, functionally we add $114 trillion of borrowing. Every dime of that $114 trillion that's coming, 75% of it's Medicare, 25% Social Security. The rest of the budget actually has a positive balance. We got old. Is the graying of America, is it Republican or Democrat? It's neither. It's just demographics. It's what we are. But the unwillingness to deal with the reality that if you want to save the country, if you do not want my 5-month-old little boy that we're just adopting, my 7-year-old little girl that plays together, if you want to save their future, because do understand today, 25 years from now, we have to double their tax rates. We have to double your tax rates. We have to double corporations' tax rates just to maintain the baseline spending. And that's still with us going, I think, to like 140% of debt to GDP. I mean, do we understand how bad the numbers are? And it's demographic. So what do? I'm trying to pitch sort of a unified theory for us to think. And I'm sorry this upsets people, but the math will always win. And instead of the craziness that goes on around here where I got my feelings hurt, maybe the most powerful thing we can do is demonstrate we give a damn. And growth is moral. And growth helps Democrats and Republicans. It helps poor people. It gives opportunity to the middle class. It's good for all of us. So we're trying to say, okay, I've been spending lots of time behind the microphone talking about technology that can crash the price of healthcare. And we're going to do even a little more of that today. But I'm going to also talk about other ways we can do regulation that keeps us still healthy and safe, but is much less bureaucratic and much faster. How about, I'm going to come back in the next couple of weeks, if we get time, and talk about revolutionizing the tax system that incentivizes to make things in America instead of functionally a tax system that incentivizes to buy things made in other parts of the world, because that's what we have today. We're going to also talk about immigration, really uncomfortable to talk about, but you're going to have to decide as a society, do we keep the open borders that I have in Arizona, where we're functionally mass poverty movement into the United States, or do we move to a system that maximizes economic growth? Got to decide. If you want us to have the money to be able to pay for Medicare, I got to have the economic growth. And then the other thing is, what do we do to incentivize our brothers and sisters to stay in the labor market? You just became 65. Are there things we could do in a spiff on your Social Security so you stay in the labor market? How about if we let you keep your half of the FICA? What can we do? There's a crazy piece of math out there for our under 35, particularly males. They're not participating. The numbers of them who have disappeared from the labor markets. And this makes some of the math really difficult if you're trying to grow, because it's not enough to have the disruption in the cost of health care if on the same side over here, we don't have the economic growth. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask how many minutes we have left? Sorry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania has 25 minutes remaining.
Actually, I think I'm allowed to ask, even though it's your time.
Oh, it's okay with me. I yield to the man to ask how much time he has.
All right, and I'm going to run through these fairly quickly because I want to keep the theme going, and I'm going to be dogged about this because we're going to save this country. We need to think a little bit differently, because right now we're still having the same debates we were having in the 1990s on this floor. So last night I just mentioned this. Tonight I thought I'd bring the board with me. So what would happen if I came to you tomorrow and said, hey, there's this thing, it looks like a kazoo, and you blow into it and it almost instantly tells you have a virus. It instantly bounces off your medical records, instantly could order your antiviral. Oh, and by the way, the newest versions look like they can detect about 25 different dead cancer proteins. Wouldn't that be really good for our constituents? Wouldn't that be the ability for that hard-working family, that working mom to not try to find a way to take the day off from work, to be able to organize the kids, to find out can she go into an urgent care center, but functionally have a breath biopsy in her medicine cabinet. I'll argue it's both moral, it's faster, it's healthier, and it crashes the price of healthcare. And this body keeps that type of technology illegal. Something that would save so much time for the working people of this country, and we keep it illegal because this place is so much like a protection racket. And it's not utopian. There's a dozen different versions, and it exists. Much of it's already made it through the FDA. Our problem is we don't reimburse it, and we don't make it legal so it can write the script. And if you don't reduce the cost, you can't do marginal. I have some people come here and say, well, we have an idea. We can remove 2 or 3% out of healthcare costs if we do this. We had a 16% healthcare inflation in many of our markets so far this year. But great, we can find a 1 or 2% rounding error. Do you understand how much trouble we're in? Your government functionally is an insurance company with an army. And it's going to be an insurance company where the insurance side is going to start consuming every dollar and the army is going to have to get smaller. And it's demographic. It's the reality where we're at. Why wouldn't this body take an experiment and say, let's make it legal? If you can find insurance, if the manufacturer can find insurance for it, FDA approves it, why wouldn't we let this write a script? And there's dozens and dozens and dozens of these things. For those of you that walk around with these smart watches or your fancy supercomputer in your pocket, the fact of the matter is we should be using every piece of technology to crash the price of health care. Last night I came and showed some slides about a path, and who knows, maybe it doesn't work, but there might be a path for a cure for diabetes. Diabetes is 33% of all healthcare spending. It's 31% of all Medicare spending. It may be the leading contributor to income inequality. You go, huh? Look at the data. Look at my data sets of who is suffering, who's going blind, who's having their feet cut off. I represent a tribal community with the second highest per capita diabetes in the world. Is it moral not for us to go and throw every smart idea and sometimes the resources we need to cure it? Wouldn't that be more moral than this crazy-ass argument of, hey, let's go build more clinics so we can help people manage their misery? Because that's what we do here. We're better than this. Well, no, we're not better than this, but we could be. So let's go a little further down the crazy line of what do you do to grow the economy? So think about what we did last week. We're going to stop this strike because we're going to fight for the way we move goods out of the port and put them on trucks and then put them on a rail car and move it over here. And yes, we have all this environmental issues of, yes, it's really dirty, it's really filthy, but the Democrats in their Inflation Reduction, was a crazy name for what the bill actually did, bill made it say if they're going to take the green money, they can't actually do certain innovation, they can't automate because they have to protect all their longshoremen union folks because that's who writes them checks. So in one hand, we give great lip service, we got to fix the supply chain, we got to get greener as an economy, and then they make it illegal. It's in your legislation, you did it. And yet at the same time, we have brilliant innovators, and these things aren't Republican, they're just the next generation of innovation, of autonomous rail platforms. You take the container off, you put it on the platform, you hit the button, and you say, go to the spur over here and dump this at the warehouse. Go take this and put it at the manufacturing facility. Go put this at... It's electric. The environmental load is dramatically cleaner. It would be a revolution of efficiency. We keep saying, well, we've got to fix the supply chain. But damn it, you made parts of fixing the supply chain illegal. Why does this place act like a barrier, a protection barrier of allowing innovation in the economy? And we do this over and over and over. Most of the members don't know it's happening. But we've functionally made that disruption that grows the economy, that if we don't have that growth, we're in real trouble. Go ahead.
Can I just say, I mean, you inspired me to think of something. This is the only place that does less with more. The only place that does it, I'm sorry, you're talking about this efficiency and stuff, and then I just look at this place.
And we make it illegal.
And during COVID, they talked about essential jobs. Well, I tell you what, this is probably the only place on earth where there's some jobs that are not essential.
Oh, no.
Quite
Oh,
frankly. But anyhow, sorry for taking your time, sir, but it just reminded me of that. This is the only place on the face of the earth that does less with more.
Look, how many times, and you have some of this in your district, will we get the lobbyists and the folks come in, and this has been going on for 30 years, so this is sort of one of the running joke scams around here. We need money for rural broadband. We do. And I have, communities in Arizona, I don't represent them. They've been waiting 20 years for that line to get out to the chapter house on the Navajo reservation. The fact of the matter is every inch of this country actually has broadband right now. They just happen to be satellites. We have, 5 companies? A couple of them already have most of their satellites up.
Actually, I have an F-150 that I can run 7 devices from anywhere in PA-12.
Oh, what year's your, I drive a long bed.
2022.
Yeah, when I had my midlife crisis, I didn't want a new wife or Porsche. I just wanted a long bed pickup trike.
Well,
and mine's 10 years old.
I got the F-150 because I didn't have to buy a generator because it has one in it. So that was my justification.
But you think about this, is if I really cared about that community, and you see where this ties in, this is back to that unified theory. I believe much of my health care, I can use technology, but I need access to the broadband, but I'm going to wait for the wire to show up because that's incredibly inefficient, but I do have an option right now where something like the Starlink satellite, I could actually put up a little oval-shaped dish so they have the broadband, so they can use the healthcare technology, let alone the education technology and the other things. I need you to see this as a unified theory. But instead, we're going to take that tax that's on your cell phone bill, hand it out to companies, and then we're going to wait another decade for that wire to get out and never gets there. When they already have access to broadband, and this could be urban too. The technologies exist. So let me go to Crazy Town.
You're already here.
No. This is a little more ethereal, but it's in the field. It's being tested right now. And I'm not going to do the whole thing about a C4 plant and a C3 plant. Remember your high school biology class. But what would happen in a world, and I'm sorry, this slide's a little old, so it's a little beaten on. How do you get the Ag Committee to have an honest conversation saying, you do realize there's about to be a revolution in food? This whole thing called synthetic biology, they basically figured out how to take a plant, our high school biology plant, the plant really, really, really wants a carbon molecule, so it turns it into a sugar so it can grow. It accidentally grabs an oxygen. It doesn't need the oxygen, so it has to spend all this energy getting rid of the oxygen, so it gets a carbon so it can grow. Okay. What happens if the plant every time got a carbon molecule? In some plants, you could have a 40% improvement in growth. Dramatically less water, dramatically less land needed, dramatically less fertilizer. This is being tested right now. I think it's University of Illinois. It's out there. How much discussion have we had that there's a revolution coming in agriculture? And it would be incredibly productive. It'll be incredibly disruptive. Because what happens in agricultural land if all of a sudden I have crops that grow dramatically more efficiently? But it would also be amazing for the environment. A 40% production improvement, which you're not going to get, but if you did, theoretically, in world agriculture, you do realize that would be like removing every car off the face of the earth. How many hearings have we had on, is this coming? Is this feasible? No, because that would require thinking, something we just don't do here. The other thing I'm going to give you is just a conceptual idea, and if anyone is crazy enough, go on YouTube, Schweikert Environmental Crowdsourcing. 5-6 years ago, I did a little YouTube cartoon. It's like 90 seconds. With this concept, you could actually attach a little environmental sensor to the bottom of this. How about if in your community you had a couple thousand people driving around with a little environmental sensor saying, hey, we're keeping an eye on the air quality. Hey, it's spouting off. I have some clowns over here painting cars in the back of their house, but the motorcycle paint shop over here that has its filters, it's not setting the alarm off, leave them alone. What would happen if your environmental data was living data? You wouldn't need people to go fill out paperwork. You don't need an inspector. You don't do file cabinets full of paper make the environment cleaner. They don't. They just build bureaucracies. What makes the environment cleaner is knowing when someone has done something stupid and stopping them. Crowdsource it. The data's living. Use a living data model. And guess what? You can do that for water, sound. You can actually do it for health. You can do it for all sorts of things. How many hearings has this place had to discuss dragging our regulatory environment? And it's not deregulating, it's smart regulating. Make us more efficient. And it turns out the data says that we would be healthier, cleaner, faster, and you would get the bad guys, and you could build a model where you just leave the good actors alone. If you're the motorcycle paint shop and your filters are working and your booth is working, why should you be bothered? Just leave them alone. And if they screw up, a crowdsourced environmental sensor model will catch them instantly. And you'd be amazed the pushback you get because, well, we're a consulting firm. You just put us out of business. Hey, I work for the group. I shove paperwork into file cabinets. Why do you want to unemploy me? We're going to have the discussion if we intend to survive where we're going population-wise, debt-wise. Remember, functioning in 10 years, we have $2 trillion running deficits. And it's demographics. It's trying to pay for health care. We got to have the growth, and we got to have the technology disruption of health care, or we're in for some very dark times. And the fact of the matter is, we could have incredibly prosperous times for the future. But that prosperity is only going to come if I and you and the people who are willing to listen to this are willing to pound on members of Congress and our staff and the lobbying communities and our creative thinkers out there and say, okay, guys, there's hope out there. There's hope. We just need to be willing to think differently and embrace the disruption and embrace an economy that actually starts to do good things for our people instead of basically being a protection racket for incumbent models. And it's uncomfortable. But there's hope. But there's no hope if we keep doing the same thing. And look, to my friend from Pennsylvania, thank you for letting me do this. We're finding the only way it's going to sink in is if I keep coming, giving more and more examples that there is hope if we just do things differently. So thank you for giving me some of your time. And I yield back to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I thank the gentleman from Arizona. Thank you for your insight. I have nobody else to speak in this hour, so I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Under Speaker announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. Appreciate my friend from Arizona being down here, as always, enlightening the American people and using the floor time in the honor of our soon-to-be leaving the House friend Louis Gohmert, and making sure that we use the time here to inform our constituents back home. As usual, the American people understand I'm speaking to a mostly empty chamber, with the exception of the Speaker and my friends who are now leaving, who are just here. This is pretty much what we get in terms of debate here in the House chamber. Earlier today, we had a little bit of back and forth on a couple of bills, but they're pre-programmed, like 30 minutes aside, pre-designed, all designed to get right off the floor. And I want to talk about that. That's why I'm coming down here today. Today, we took up two bills on the floor of the People's House. We took up a bill that is ostensibly focused on marriage and allowing recognition of same-sex marriages from one state to another. But in that bill is something that is pretty significant for the American people to understand, regardless of your views about how the bill is being sold, about it being about recognition of same-sex marriage. Actually, they say it's about codifying Obergefell and same-sex marriage. It does no such thing. It only deals with the recognition across state lines. But even if you think that's good policy, even if you voted for it, and I didn't think it was good policy, and I would have voted against it on the merits. In the bill is a sword, a private right of action, able to be used to be able to go after.
Members, would you kindly take your discussions? Members? Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I have no qualms with conversations on the floor, but I appreciate you giving me the ability to speak here. The bill that was on the floor today, ostensibly designed for marriage and recognition of same-sex marriage across state lines, includes in it a sword, creating a private right of action and creating the ability of the Attorney General of the United States to go after individuals for actions they carry out, their closely held religious beliefs. And people in this chamber voted for it, knowing full well that the language in that bill will allow lawyers and organizations to come sue Americans and force them into court. And their response is that, oh, don't worry, you have the Constitution of the United States and the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Well, no kidding. I know the Constitution exists, and the Religious Freedom Restoration Act dates back to, 93 or 4, sometime in the 90s. But now, if you dare, as an organization, a religious school, for example, say, wait a minute, it is against our tenets of faith to hire a same-sex couple or an individual that's a part of a same-sex couple as a teacher at our school. Maybe another organization makes a choice along those lines. Now you're in court. Now you're having to go defend yourself. Now you're having to go take this up to the Fifth Circuit in Texas, up to the United States Supreme Court, try to figure out how they're going to interpret all this, whether, by the way, this law is even constitutional in the first place. All because our colleagues on the other side of the aisle wanted not just to provide for recognition across states, again, a proposition with which I do not agree, but not just that, they wanted to make sure that there was a sword to go after you if you disagree. Earlier this summer, a member of parliament in Finland was prosecuted for a pamphlet she distributed 20 years ago in defense of traditional marriage and in opposition of same-sex marriage. Now again, whatever your views are on the issue, let me be perfectly clear. What is happening today, what was decided today on the floor of the House, and all those members on that side of the aisle and the 39 on this side of the aisle who voted for that legislation voted for a sword to go after individual Americans and private citizens and private organizations for daring to carry out their closely held private religious beliefs. We will be back here talking about that. We will be back here trying to pass legislation to make sure we can protect them. And I offered an amendment up in the Rules Committee to try to get a vote on the floor of the House, and I was denied even the ability to offer the amendment. We couldn't even offer the amendment. And Lord knows I don't have the power to offer an amendment on the floor of the House of Representatives. And again, I want everybody out there in America to understand, not since May of 2016 has an individual member of the so-called People's House been able to walk into the well of the House and offer an amendment on a piece of legislation, this time as consequential as marriage and religious liberty. Again, let me reiterate, whatever your views are on the issue, and I have mine, shouldn't we be able to debate marriage? Shouldn't we be able to debate religious liberty and the ability to protect your views and your closely held religious beliefs? But no. I was punted out of the Rules Committee for supposedly irony of ironies on a day in which we just authorized $860 billion in a 4,400-page bill that I got 40 hours before I voted on it. because it would score over $500,000, yeah, $500,000 over 10 years. And that wasn't even actually what the CBO said. They said it could, because it might create some revenues and some expenditures. And those expenditures, those outlays would be what? Damages if you went to court and you succeeded. So I want you to be able to understand, my Democratic colleagues used a point of order to shut down an amendment to protect religious liberty if it would be successful to protect your rights. That is assuredly and 100% what happened, and yet it was just blown over, disregarded here in the House chamber, including by 39 members of my own party. Because that's the way this town works. The bill was dubbed a gay marriage codification of a Obergefell bill. So you had 39 members of my party go, oh, well, I'm got to be for that because, we got to be for, our libertarian type principles. Never mind that you were trampling on the ability of states and communities to be able to decide how they want to live, how they want to set up their communities, trampling on millennia, thousands of years of traditional marriage, which is designed very specifically for families and children. Tons of evidence and research on this. But we got to do that. We got to ignore the sword and the attack on religious liberty. And it was voted on today without a debate and without an amendment. It's extraordinary. But what else did we do today in this august body? So much debate and interaction and discussion among the 435 members here on the floor. What else was done today? I'll tell you what was done today. On the desk in the floor of the House of Representatives was a stack of papers up on the second level. 4,400 pages stacked up right there, which I got at 9 p.m. on Tuesday night. Now, we have a rule in the House of Representatives that you're not supposed to vote on legislation if you don't have at least 72 hours to read it. Now, why might you have that rule? I don't know, color me crazy. Maybe I should read what's in a 4,400-page bill. I know that's a radical position. I know that puts me over in the insane camp. Oh, there's Crazy Chip ranting on the floor of the House because, oh my God, he wants 72 hours to read a bill. Whenever I say this, you know how many people go, well, you know what's in the bill. What's wrong? How long does it take you to read a bill? How many members do you think read all 4,400 pages? Oh, but Chip, they've got staff for that. You got all the committee staff. The committee staff do that. We hold the election certificate. How many of your staffs you think read the 4,400 pages? I know my staff was poring over it late night on Tuesday night and all day yesterday just to see what was in it. Surprise, surprise, what do you find in it? 4,400 pages, $860 billion authorized under the National Defense Authorization Act. I had less than 40 hours before I was voting on it in plain violation of the 72-hour rule because we waive the rules all the time. We set up rules and we waive them. Nobody seems to care. It's, oh my God, I got a steak dinner to go to. I got a Christmas party to go to. I was down here last night debating the rule on marriage. I was solo. I was one, even on my side of the aisle. When I got finished, the House chamber closed, we were done. I rolled down the street, went to a Christmas party. There are a lot of members there. There are a lot of members all over this town rolling out down to their Christmas parties. But they sure as hell weren't here debating marriage and religious liberty. And what do we get? What do we get in getting this NDAA passed? We've got a vaccine mandate repeal. Well, or did we? I think we got a really important step forward to say that the members of the military shouldn't be fired if they dare question whether they must take a needle in their arm for a vaccine that has not been proven to be actually effective in halting transmission, and certainly not necessary for those who are young and healthy by virtually any account by any doctor that we've had testify on this. And so you reject the needle and you get fired from the United States military. So for 2 years, we've been calling on getting rid of the vaccine mandates. So finally, in December of 22, right on the way out, Democrats say, whoa, okay, in order to get this 4,400 page monstrosity across the finish line, we'll accept that we'll in 30 days undo the memo at the Department of Defense. That memo could be reissued. And in fact, the Democrat chair of Armed Services effectively said that. Are we going to get anybody reinstated? Are we going to get everybody honorably discharged? Are we going to be able to say, well, maybe you shouldn't be harassed? Because that's what happens. Oh, you didn't take a needle, you're not getting that job. You didn't take a needle, you're not necessarily getting that promotion. Retaliation. Again, for a vaccine that doctors and the CDC today acknowledge does nothing for transmission, that is unnecessary for people who are healthy and young. And here we are. We passed an NDAA in order to get, we finally got that vaccine mandate repeal language. Now look, I'm glad to get it. We've been fighting for it. We didn't get half a loaf. We got the crumbs of one piece of bread. But it was so important so we could stop the next person from getting fired. We sure as hell didn't help the guy who got fired last week. $860 billion, $45 billion above the president's request, 9% over 22 levels. Now look, I'm for more money for lethality. I'm for more money for a Defense Department fully capable of killing people and blowing stuff up. Because that's what you want your Defense Department to be capable of doing when called upon to do it. I am not for a social engineering experiment wrapped in a uniform. And unfortunately, that's what we're turning the Department of Defense into. Authorizing a Department of Defense Center for Excellence in Environmental Security on how and why environmental stresses to human safety and water and energy will cascade to economic, social, political, or national security events. Renewing the DoD's annual environmental and energy reports, establishing a joint working group on prioritization for energy systems, which, quote, may reduce conventional air pollution. Creating a pilot program for electric vehicle charging stations, having zero emissions by 2035 for non-tactical vehicles. Meanwhile, China's just pumping out aircraft carriers and boats, building their military, building coal-fired power plants. We ain't building any coal-fired power plants. We're barely building any gas-fired power plants. And they're out building their military, and we're focused on the coral reef, which appeared 286 times in the text of the NDAA. Well, what else did we do? We established a commission on reform and modernization of the State Department to offer recommendations to the President and Congress related to personnel-related matters, to strengthen diversity and inclusion, to ensure that the department's workforce represents all of America. Well, I'm sure China's shuddering. We ordered the DoD to submit a report on its efforts to increase marketing and advertising to adequately reach racial and minority communities. We require the Coast Guard to implement recommendation by the RAND Corporation to increase representation of women and racial and ethnic minorities. We require the Coast Guard Commandant to develop a 10-year strategy to enhance diversity. We talked about the coral reef before. We've got the Global Food Security Reauthorization Act. We've got a program for projects to combat coastal erosion in Alaska. What we don't have is a repeal of the 2002 authorization of the use of military force. It's been there for 20 years and we're not even using it. Why do we leave these in place indefinitely? What do we have in there? A provision that undermines Second Amendment rights. Creates a pilot program on the safe storage of personally owned firearms for members of the armed forces. It's on a voluntary basis, but here's the problem. it establishes a structure for the DoD to be providing storage devices for members of the military. We know what the next step is. Another grant program, another funding program through the Department of Justice, another program through another agency to be telling you you must take, or oh, you can volunteer to take, you take these, but you must put the gun in whatever facility, whatever storage device the government gives you. That's where this is headed. We all know this. They act like it's minimal, it doesn't matter, but that's what happens. Then we embrace it, and then that program never goes away. It just gets bigger. Not a little pilot program, just try something and then get out of the way. When does the government ever start something and not make it bigger? And we're sitting here with $32 trillion of debt, and all we're doing is talking about how much more money we're going to spend. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle said, well, why don't you increase taxes? Okay, I'll tell you what, why don't we have that debate? You can't tax enough to spend all the money we're spending. You literally can't. Like, run the numbers, put up a spreadsheet. If we ever actually debated and came down here and had serious conversation, we could have that debate. I'd love to have that debate. But we just keep writing checks we can't cash. What else are we doing? Authorizing and extending security support to Ukraine at $800 million without Inspector General oversight. Amendments were offered in the Foreign Affairs Committee just the other day saying, well, shouldn't we have more oversight with Ukraine money? Democratic colleagues said, well, we're for oversight, but not right now. Well, because why in the hell would we want to have oversight right now over the money we're now spending in Ukraine and how it's being used? No, let's just figure it out later. Because then what will we do? Nothing. We'll do the same thing we always do. Spend more money that we don't have. No one down here, not one member of this body can come down here and refute that. Because every member of this body knows it's true. And I'll throw that out there, challenge. Would love any member of this body, any of my 434 colleagues, come on down. Let's debate the proposition that we're going to do anything other than spend more money that we don't have. I'll wait for the takers, because the fact is, it's true. And it's both sides of the aisle. Because here's what will happen. Next year, Republicans will be in control. Next year, there'll be all sorts of debate about appropriations bills. We'll go through all the motions. Maybe we'll pass some really good appropriations bill that holds spending in check to inflation or frozen at 22 levels or whatever. Come up with something. Anything any normal budget, family, business would do. Our guys will come down and do all that. Say, oh, proud, woo, yay, look at us. We just passed something that is fiscally responsible, even if it's not. We'll say it is. Then what? We'll barrel forward. The Senate won't accept it. Sometime in August or September, right before a big government shutdown threat, senators will say, we're not taking that. Whole bunch of people will say, oh, no, defense. They need their appropriations. Whole bunch of people say, we need non-defense discretionary. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we just spend it all? Let's just do that. Let's just say, yeah, we'll get a 10% increase for non-defense discretionary and a 10% increase for defense, and we'll just call it a day and say, well done us. We just spent our children's inheritance so we can go give a speech saying how, yay, we helped our military. Yay, we wrote a whole bunch more checks for a whole bunch more government bureaucrats and agencies because we have more grants and more programs to promise you more stuff at the United States House of Free Stuff, and we're just going to dole that out without regard to any responsibility whatsoever. And not one member of this body can refute what I just said other than the maybe hyperbolic examples, although I don't know that they're that hyperbolic. I'll wait and see next September where we are on the numbers, because inflation's high, don't you understand, Chip? So why don't we just spend at inflation levels? Oh, good, so let's just increase the entire budget of the United States by 8, 9, 10% when we're $32 trillion in debt and when mandatory spending is on autopilot to continue just to blow through the roof. Oh, and what about those interest rate payments? Oh, those have gotten a little crazy, huh? Sitting here with now 4, 5, 6, 7, 8% interest. Woo! Didn't see that one coming, did we? Except that we did, but we didn't care because both sides will retreat to their postures, and then they'll just kind of throw their hands up and say, Chip, it just is what it is. Biden's president, you need 60 in the Senate, we got a thin majority, so man, what are we going to do? And here we sit. And I'll give this speech again in January, and I'll give it again in March, and I'll give it again in May, and then we'll be here in September, and I hope someone can prove me wrong, but I'll take the bet. There'll either be a CR, because we can't come to an agreement, which means we're spending at this year's levels, which is, I guess, somewhat fiscally better, but bad for defense and bad for how you do things, or there'll be a massive bunch of spending. That's it. Those are your choices. There will not be reasonable, sit down, do the job of what we're supposed to do. I believe I'm going to get in trouble about I need to go do a radio interview, so I think I'm going to have to walk off the floor now. But here's the thing. I'm just asking any one of the members of either side of the aisle to say, are we going to stop doing that? At some point, are we going to stop doing that? Stop spending money we don't have. Stop cooking all these bills up in back rooms and dropping them on the floor like happened just today with a 4,400-page, $860 billion National Defense Authorization Act, airdropped onto the floor, take it or leave it. So I left it, and I have to vote against defense, which is not exactly where I want to be. But I'm sure as heck not going to continue to go down this road and look at my kids and grandkids one day and say, well, too bad, your country's bankrupt. I hope my colleagues will wake up tomorrow and say they want to avoid having to say the same thing to their kids or grandkids. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 1 of the House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday for next morning, our debate, and 2 p.m. for legislative business.